Let's go.
Ooh, okay. Hello. Hello, hello. Oh, Durgus fish-eyed me from the beginning. Oh my god. Hello, Durg. I hope you're doing good, buddy. Oh, you've even said so in the chat. Great. Also, hey, M6. Teamwork. Hello to you too. Okay, so I ended up being more on time than I expected, but still a little tiny bit late. But you know, here we are. I think we're good. I think everything's good. Check out OBS. OBS looks fine. All right. All right. Okay, so what happened last time? We made our fire earth god. Her name is Cree. She's inspired by Gaelic and very slightly some African cultural stuff. But for the most part, mostly like Celtic Gaelic lore. Getting time back from yesterday, no overwork. No, it's fine, it's fine. Oh, how am I doing? I'm doing pretty good. My partner and also resident mod Crazy Pants had some family come to visit, so it was nice hanging out with them. But you know, my schedule's all offset. I like just got done having breakfast in addition to all the normal things I usually have to do, and thought I was gonna be late, but I'm not late. So shit, let's get moving, and maybe Durg will be right, and I don't have to stay for extra time today. But we're gonna make at least one more god. Okay, so what are we doing? We're in the middle of doing lore stuff for a beast collecting fantasy RPG thing, and we have two gods. We have a wind nature god, and we have a fire earth god. We call them gods, but they're just demigods. They're just people. They're fallible, just very powerful. So today we're gonna be doing water and corrosion as a combination. Those are like the two elements that this god represents. And then for cultural influences, we're going with Vietnam and Hawaii. Good to hear you're usually like, oh no, people. Yeah, me too. Me too. But they're pretty chill. They're cool people, you know. So it's less less of it spikes my social anxiety less. Coercion. Oh my god. Durg, have you descended into baby talk as well? That's fine. It's funny. It's silly. Okay, so I need to make a new little text box. I think what we're gonna do is same as before. Actually, we'll just duplicate this entire box, and then we will go in and we're gonna take out their name, and we're just gonna put name, and then sure, we'll keep the structure. We know the elements. The elements are water and corrosion. And I think this one actually we'll leave it open. We have a non-binary person. We have a person who uses they them pronouns. That's the first god, Tien, the wind nature god. And then the second god, the fire earth god, Cree, is she her. So this might be just a he him, or it might be maybe another gender neutral person, someone who's maybe a bit more. They're both. They're fluid. I don't know. It's foo-woo talk. Oh my god. Teamwork. I fucking love the uwu face. Shit. If I had extra cash to throw around, I would subscribe to Dard just for the uwu face. All right, so we'll choose the pronouns later once we get some inspirations. We need to go. We'll get those inspirations. We know culturally, it's going to be Vietnam and Hawaii. We'll divide those up as we go. And so actually, yeah. How is it done over here? Right, just the names of the inspirational gods in parentheses. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. So yeah, I'll just leave it like that for now. And then we have the domain, which are like the things they're the god of. So it's not going to just be water and corrosion. It's going to be like they're the god of rivers and floods and specific things like that. Today is a day. Indeed it is, Cosmo. Hello. I hope you're doing well. Happy day of today. What is it? It's Thursday? It's Thursday, right? Because I did a lore stream yesterday, and usually we do lore streams Thursday, I keep being a day off in my head and like all the things I need to do. Like for a moment, I feel like I'm falling. Like I'm like, oh no, I forgot to do this. And then I'm like, oh wait, no, it's a whole fucking day earlier. It's nice. For a moment, it feels terrible. And then for a moment, it feels like I got a free day. Pretty sweet. Okay, so we gotta figure out their personality. That'll come from like the inspiration, the gods that we get inspiration from will kind of lead to the personality of this character. We'll try not to overlap too much with the personalities of the previous characters, who I guess as a recap, Tien, whose name means airhead, so maybe they're a little bit foolish about things. They are maybe a little bit emotional. They are generally kind, caring, and jovial, but they will become angry, suspicious, and overprotective, or somber, regretful, but still hopeful. These are like the moods they shift between. So that is one character, and then Kree is kind of like the stern, I would say father figure, although she's a she, but she does have a lot of stereotypically male traits, being a god of like smithing and volcanoes and things. But her personality is that she's like passionate, but she's disciplined. She deals with powerful things, but keeps them in control, as one would have to do if you were a smith. And she is like stern but kind. I think that's a good, just a few words to describe her. So like she's gonna give you shit if she has to help you, but she's definitely like, she won't accept not helping you. You'll try to be like, no, I screwed up, don't help me, and she's gonna be like, no, I'm gonna give you shit the whole time, but I'm gonna help you out. So we're gonna try not to overstep on those two characters' personalities, but like we might a little bit. Then we're gonna talk about like the subtle influences that this god has. So remember, they are just a demigod. They are mortal. They're not mortal. They are immortal. They are fallible. They can still be killed, but like if you just shoot them in the head, like they can reform their body. You have to like really fuck them up to kill them. Probably in a drawn out fight where they deplete their like stores of magic, of mana, and then kill them. I don't know, maybe we'll come up with specific ways that each god protects themselves from dying at some point. But so this section is for like this god's presence just does some things. It's not like the powers they exert, it is just like subtle things that happen. I guess we should just keep looking back. I shouldn't delete the things. Okay, so yeah, sure. Since these are the things from the previous god Kree, since she's like the god of smithing and alchemy and cooking, a lot of her things are based around like crafting. So if her presence, if you have her blessing, you will find yourself being inspired more, improving your mastery at things more than you would, maybe inventing things that you might not have otherwise thought of. Things like that. Things like just little subtle reasons you might worship this god, or benefits you might get if this god looks upon you favorably. And then the next section are like powers, like the things they would do in a fight. Like Tien can like call up molten pillars from the ground, or make it rain molten lava, cause earthquakes, breathe fire, like that kind of shit. That kind of stuff. And we're the things that are bolded are things that kind of combine their two elements. In Kree's case, it's fire and earth. We'll figure out ways to combine water and corrosion for this new god. Feel like poison water is probably going to be a thing. It sounds like a way to combine corrosion. And really just water as the vehicle Seems like the thing to do. And then the last section will just be tools, right? This game is going to be a bit Zelda-y. There's going to be puzzles to solve, and you're going to have an ever-expanding toolkit to solve puzzles. And so we'll figure out some tools that are associated with this god that then we can, when the player does a nice thing for this god, they'll get one of those tools. There will be other ways to get those tools too, perhaps, but you know, they'll still be associated with the god. Nice review, thank you, Dirk. But it's a good way to I don't know, if somebody stumbles upon the stream or the video, it's good to have some idea of what the fuck I'm doing. Hey Crazy Pants. Are the visitors gone now? Please let me know when I can close my windows also. Thank you. Thank you for your service. Okay, so let's trash truck driving by. Windows are open because it's a nice day. Can't think. Okay. It's mostly gone. All right, so let's look up some Vietnam mythology. They're gone, and let's close up. Damn, already? Okay. I guess it'd be Vietnamese mythology. Okay, all right, I gotta close some windows. Oh no. Dirk sent a link, but Twitch broke it. It's toasty as fuck out here. Damn, I looked at the thermostat and it said it was like 2 degrees cooler in my office, and I was like, hell yeah, dude, I won. We can keep the windows open for a bit. It's cool. All right, I'm changing. I'm closing it. I'm going. All right. Greg has given me these eyes like I just fucking destroyed her whole world. She was enjoying the nice open windows, and now she's not. All right. So we're just gonna go to Wikipedia, but okay, maybe not, because this blurb sounds promising from a website called Mythlock. Vietnamese mythology is said to have enormous myths and legends. Enormous? Like they're big? Like the stories themselves are long? Or what? That's some weird, it's weird terminology. 3 websites. Oh no. I'm supposed to have ads blocked. I don't know. Wikipedia dark mode exists now. Ooh. Every study I've read about dark mode is like, it's not good for your eyes. It's either just as good as light mode or it can increase eye strain. But I love it. It just feels better. It's like when you're cold and you drink some alcohol and you feel warmer. Like maybe overall it actually doesn't help, but it feels like it does. Greg really likes hanging out on my left armrest lately. It's very inconvenient. Girthy myths. Yeah, I guess so. Okay, so... Pop-ups. You love when you can have OLED black. Damn. Flexing with the OLED. I got a new monitor and I didn't want to spring for the fucking OLED prices. And honestly, I'm okay with it. It's like a mini LED screen, so like it gets incredibly bright. It doesn't get as dark as an OLED, but compared to my old monitor, which is now right here, replacing the old monitor, which was dying, like holy shit, the blacks are so much blacker. I think my next monitor will be in like 10 years when I get a new monitor. I'll finally get an OLED one. I can't wait. It's gonna be sweet. Whoa, okay, also wait, I gotta look at Dirg's link that Twitch broke. Hold on, still gotta vet it. There's no boobies in here? Okay, there's no pictures of anything, actually. Okay, so I just, like, I don't, like, I know you can put accent marks on top of things. I have no idea how to pronounce a U that seems to have a question mark on top of it. That's fucking weird. Greg, what do you think about that? She doesn't care. Okay, so Son Tin Tin? Maybe. Ooh. The Mountain God versus Lord of the Waters. Cool. Oh, so maybe like Tin is the Mountain God and then Tin is the Water God? Myth explains the practice of tidal irrigation. Devastating floods in Vietnam as a result of the monsoon. Okay, so wait, tidal irrigation, is that like you set up a farm so that when the tides come in, it like waters your farm? Tidal irrigation is the natural subsurface irrigation of levee soils in coastal plains using river water influenced by tidal movements. I would just like a picture. You could explain this to me in a picture, Wikipedia. It's achieved by excavating tidal canals from the riverbank into the mainland, allowing river water to flow inland during high tides. Okay, great. Yeah, that is what it is. That's very cool. That's a cool fucking thing. There's a Pikmin level where like half the level is flooded, and then you can like unflood the level and go to new spots. That's a very cool thing. I'm gonna add that to cool ideas. That's, I think, a more fun version than the water temple in Zelda has like floors, multiple floors and multiple rooms you can flood and fill up, empty out, and that changes how you can traverse. And generally people don't like that dungeon. At least in my experience talking to friends my whole life, the water dungeon in Ocarina of Time, people are like, do not like. And I think maybe because it's kind of difficult to figure out where to go, and it's not fun. But the Pikmin level is fun. It's because it's simple. It's just like water up, water down. That's it. Whoa, ma'am, this is a stream, ma'am. She's just like walking in circles under my arms and under the mic. Oh my god. Okay. All right. You like the water temples for the most part? Yeah, me too. I don't mind. I think I have a much higher tolerance for being stuck on a puzzle of any kind. And I think the kind of puzzle that water temples generally are, especially in 3D, is the kind of stuck where I still feel like when you're stuck in a puzzle and you have absolutely no idea what to do, that really sucks. But water temples always make me feel like there's another angle I could look at the room at, or I could think about something in a different way, and I would be able to figure out where to go. So I never feel like hopeless completely. Oh my god, I'm muted. She hit the fucking... Yeah, thanks, Crazy Pants. I saw the second you said that. Oof. Okay. All right. So then... This cat is crazy. Crazy Pants, would you... you took today off. Would you like to manage a Greg? Would you like to have a new job today? She's a little bitey, but she's very sweet. Jesus, no. Okay. All right. Well, fine. Okay. Well, she's forgotten about me for the moment. She wants snacks. Okay. Fine. We're gonna restart this myth. Actually, I'll summarize. So there's some king wants his daughter to get married. Apparently, all we know about her is that she's beautiful, and that makes her valuable. Let's pretend she's also, like, smart. She's not sweet, though. Well, like, it's like little good, little bad. She's sweet and sour. It's like both at the same time, you know? Also, good morning to you, Booski. Oh, shit. Okay. This king looking for a husband for her daughter once she grew up into a woman. And then he has a competition. Lots of people compete. But two people that come to compete are actual gods, the mountain god and the Lord of Waters. Which, honestly, I would just be like, that's not fair. But, you know, fine. Okay. Okay, so the king requested both showcase their powers. Sontin, the mountain god, waved his hand in the air, and trees instantly grew from the ground to make a forest. Bro, that's fucking cool. He just said a magic word, and the mountains rose from the earth. Sweet. Thuitin also had similar powers. When he waved his hand, the winds began to blow. When he spoke a magic word, the sea elevated. Oh, that's kind of scary. That's cool though. Okay, so this is we clearly have a candidate for our god influence. Hi, Greg. Greg, you're so cute today. Please don't mute me, please. Okay, great, we're not muted. Great. Hi. Greg. Move that butt, huh? As both Sontin and Thuitin met all the criteria required to become Mai Nuang's husband, it was difficult to choose between them. No. Eventually, shit, I scrolled too far. Eventually, the king decided to present one final challenge. The first man to arrive with specifically selected wedding gifts the next day would be granted permission to marry the princess. How about, like, she interviews them? How about we give the lady some fucking agency and she interviews them, and whoever seems like a better candidate in her eyes, maybe she could live the rest of her fucking life with, maybe, huh? Like, maybe one of them's a dick. The unique wedding gifts included a 9-tusk elephant, bro. All right, this is fucking cool. This is some cool shit. Vietnam was a good choice. A 9-spur cockerel. Hold on. Is a cockerel like a kind of chicken? Like it's got cock in it. All fat chance. I know. It's so interesting that, like, occasionally there are very old societies where it's like, oh, did you know in, like, medieval Europe, women could own land and nullify their own marriages? Like, there are these little tiny spots. And also, I don't think that's true. It's just like an example of some place where you would think for sure women were oppressed because they're barely not oppressed now. I don't know. There's like weird little pockets of that in history where it's like, oh shit, women were like actually thought of as people for a tiny bit. Look at that. It's crazy that like wasn't obviously such a valuable thing to do that everybody was like, oh yeah, we should just, like, you know, that's better. Yeah, let's do that. It's just a chicken. A cockerel's just a young rooster. Okay. All right. And then he's got 9 spurs, which I think the spurs are the things on, like, that they use to fuck each other up with. I guess if we Google spur and cockerel, there you go. These fucking things. They're just like stabby things on the back of their feet. Fucking nature's crazy, dude. And a 9-mane horse. This guy is really into 9s. This king dude's into 9s. 9 manes. What would that even fucking look like? It would just be one. It would just be a big mane. That's it. All right. Let's move on. Early the next morning, as the sun came up, Son Tien arrived first, married Mai Nuong, and took her back to Tan Vien Mountain where he lived. Oh, it's like an actual place. Oh, it looks pretty cool. Oh, it's a whole fucking mountain range. All right. Okay. Wei Tin came a few minutes afterward. Upon realizing he was too late, he became extremely furious. Uh-oh. Toxic masculinity. He and his servants chased after Son Tin to take Mai Nuong back. Oh, fuck. All right. Unwilling to accept defeat, he summoned torrential rain, gusty winds, thunder, and lightning, and also brought the sea level higher to defeat Son Tin. Wait, but Son Tin lives on a mountain. He doesn't care. You'd have to drown the whole mountain. However, as the sea level rose, Son Tin used his magic to raise the height of the mountains as a countermeasure. All right, that's cute. That's fun. Everyone suffered, The rage of Tui Tin as the floods he caused destroyed the land, crops, and houses. To protect the people, their property, and belongings, Son Tin created dikes to shield from the rising sea. All right, I mean, Son Tin seems like a good guy. He's not just protecting himself, he's also protecting the people. Dang. This battle between two lords lasted for countless days, but eventually Tui Tin became weary and lowered the sea level. He never, however, forgave Son Tin, nor let go of his desire for revenge to get Mai Nuang back. Thus, every year, people have to suffer floods as a consequence of Tui Tin's eternal vindictiveness. Oh, okay, I think we found our god who's a dick. Damn, dude. That's such a fun flood origin story. Cool. All right. Okay, so if we go back to the beginning, Son Tin has his own link. I can't search for Tui Tin because it's a weird thing. Oh, and also that's not even... Oh no, Firefox works differently than Chrome. It doesn't highlight all the spots. Shit, yeah, Tui Tin doesn't get his own... He doesn't have his own thing. Damn. Wow. Son Tin gets an article. Okay. Maybe we can just go to the internet at large. I don't know. Like, I just want information about this dude. Shoot, I don't have my fucking compression sleeve on. Well, of course there's a fucking article, but it's in Vietnamese. Let's translate it. Ooh. Oh. This is an article for glass. Hold on. That says Tui Tin, but it translates to glass. Does his name translate to glass? What a fucking rabbit hole this is. Cool, okay. Bro, this is fucking strange. Huh. Tui Tin, mineral information. Unique identifiers? Some number as Tui Tin, some other number as mercury. I'm sorry, is it glass or is it mercury? It's the Vietnamese name for mercury. Okay, that's kind of fun because like the idea with mercury as a metal is that because it's like liquid form, like things that are mercurial change rapidly. Mercury's like very thick. I don't know if viscous is the right term, but like if you pour it out, it'll like be a ball. And it like won't flow like water, and if you like tilt the surface it's on, it'll like still stay a little ball, and then like all of a sudden it just fucking starts flowing. So then mercury or mercurial also means like quick to change. That is an interesting thing to apply to this god. It's also in retrograde. Oh my god. Booski, you don't do, oh my god, what's it called? Astrology. You don't do fucking horoscopes, right? I hope that was either a great joke or a sad, truthful statement. And they were trying to figure out the longitude lines. They used mercury mirrors to point in line with gravity. Bro, what? They couldn't just use regular mirrors? Cool. Okay. You're back? Okay, Durg. We had the update is that story is fucking cool. The story you linked is fucking cool, but Tui Tin, the water god in that story, doesn't have a Wikipedia article about him. But then if you Google him, you get a Wikipedia article, but it's in Vietnamese, and then you click on it, and then if you translate it, where's my translate option? Fuck, it popped up before. It might be that. There we go. If you translate it, his name means glass. And then another website says his name means mercury. Okay, so let's try Thuitin, the water god. It's all this one story. This fucking guy who can just do floods. This guy who just has the power to raise the water level. He's only in this one fucking story. That's so crazy. Okay, so I still think that's a cool influence. Your mom called from the hospital, so you had to talk for a while. I hope your mom just works at a hospital, not that she's in the hospital. Oh my god, bro. Shit. Yeah, like, you know, you don't need to like share info, but like I hope she's doing okay. Fuck. We're gonna use Thuitin as an influence. The domain is gonna be like from that is gonna be floods and tides, and then personality trait. Extreme vindictiveness. That's what we got from that. She's in still with the same things you told a week ago. Shit, I don't remember. Fuck. Damn. Now I feel like a dick. I don't fucking remember. Water is a malevolent source / force in many religions. Yeah, it's interesting that it's I feel like you got to look at it both ways, right? It's just like fire. Like too much fire, bad, but like no fire, also bad. How you gonna cook? Too much water, yeah, bad. Too little water, like no crops. It's like it's interesting. I guess the way that I would conceptualize a god isn't that they're gonna like, is that whatever element they control, they're gonna balance specifically. Like the god of water isn't gonna, he doesn't just bring rain. He would prevent floods. If, you know, I mean, if he's being cool, if he's being a cool guy. We've got brains like a sieve, bro. Dude, crazy pants. I feel like we are like our house, we've got like carbon monoxide poisoning or something, like a very small amount. I don't know, but like, yeah, both crazy pants and I in the last like 2 years, maybe last year, we just keep like forgetting shit the other person said. It's fucking crazy. Or he'll induce floods to enrich the soil. Yeah, that's an interesting point. Like places like the Nile River, I feel like they really understood that the floods were necessary to have some like sweet ass soil. And places like the Nile that floods seasonally, like you know it's coming. It's not like you come to a place and for 20 years there's no floods, so like you think everything's good and then like fuck, a flood comes and just all your houses are fucked. It's like they knew. Ooh, some Reddit thing. Here's Shumatsu no Valkyrie. So it's probably Shumatsu no Valkyrie because that looks Japanese. Are you safe for work? I don't know. It's probably a cool picture. Let's open it up off screen. Oh. All right, I don't know if it's a cool picture. It's kind of cute. He's got personality. Known for constantly fighting Sonten. Yep, it's just all he's known for. That's so crazy. Okay. All right, well then I guess we'll move on. Let's go back to just looking at general gods, because we might have a god that we can apply a god that would fulfill the corrosion aspect, which is like breaking things down, acids, poisons, nuclear decay, even a little bit. Even I guess like maybe even to the extent of like detritivores, creatures that like break down dead bodies and stuff. essentially like the breakdown aspect of nature, that nature can't continue without very specifically things being broken down to release energy or to be in a form where they can be taken up by other parts of nature. These are some cool pictures. They could be AI generated. I don't know. They look a little odd. Chudong 2, the Marsh Boy. Kinara, the Hybrid Musicians. Ting Vor, the Snake Eater Bro. You're just like a crazy cow? Cool. Okay. Kailan, the Vietnamese Unicorn. Lei Loi, the Master Swordsman. Also cool. Liu Han, the Mother Goddess. Ong Tao, the Kitchen God. That's cute. That's fun. Ong Troy, the God of Heaven. Phuong Hong? Phuong Hoang. Cool. The Vietnamese Phoenix. Cool. Oh, Rua, the Golden Turtle. This picture looks like a completely different medium. Tan Vien Son Tan, the Mountain God. Oh. That's a much longer version of your name, buddy. Tong Gyong, the Giant Boy. Oh my god. You don't get to be a boy. If you have facial hair, you're not a boy. Maybe he's just like mentally immature. I don't know. Okay, so none of these jump out at me. I want a like text that I can search. It would also be nice to just to know some of the major myths, just some general information. I liked that aspect of the Japanese lore. The Earth Goddess is an underworld mentor in Vietnamese. That's cool. Okay, let's read the Vietnamese creation myth really quickly. And then I'll search for like individual gods. Maybe looking up to see if there's a god of like poison or decay or even death. Could be something that we combine as part of our like sources for this god. Oh my god. The fucking pop-ups. If I made a website, the most I would ever do is pop up a little tiny thing in the corner that's like, hi. Would you give me, could you, like, you want to sign up for the newsletter? Taking over someone's whole screen is so rude. Like, dude, there must be people that don't care. Like, there are some people who just don't care about watching a bunch of annoying ads. Like, they don't care that Twitch wants to show them the same ad like 6 times in a row instead of like either different ads or like a funny ad that's not just brain dead bullshit. There must be people who don't care about pop-ups, because if everybody cared about pop-ups, I don't think anybody would make a fucking pop-up that takes over your whole screen. I don't know. All right. Okay, this is written in first person. Growing up, I looked to Western mythology. No, I don't want that. I just want the story. Vietnamese creation myth. Okay, that's the same website. Damn, Mochi Magazine, you are popular. Okay, maybe I can get to it. The Immortal Bond is the myth of the immortal bond between the sea dragons and the mountain fairies of Vietnam shows how identity and sense of self are shaped by our stories and myths and still are powerful in the present day. Let's zoom in a little bit. That's fucking cool. That is their origin story? Here's that pop-up again. The immortal bond between the sea dragons and mountain fairies. Very cool. A story of ancient telling under blue sky where only two, Black Long Quan and Ao Ko, met together on the earth. People began to love, 100 eggs were born, 50 went up to the mountains, 50 down to the deep sea. The ocean bears the hand of Father Dragon, the face of the deserted earth Mother Ao Ko built up. Sing together one passionate lullaby. Sing together of one bloodline, mother and father. Win Min Son. Whoa, dude. When a fairy and a dragon create children, it's from an egg sac, and from this sac comes 100 children who grow into adults quickly. All had the charm of a fairy while harboring the blood of a dragon. Cool. After their time together, they both were homesick and wished to be back in their native lands. They agreed they were too different as fire and water, and each took 50 of the 100 children she bore, and Alco returned to the mountains. Then the dragon went to the sea. Then right. Interesting. Traditionally, when we see an interpretation of man and woman, water and fire, it is that of the woman being demure and the man being fiery. There have always been natural opposites in myths and in life, showing the balance of the world and of our lives. The traditional sense of yin and yang derives from Chinese philosophy. Okay, this is kind of getting out there. I just want info about the myth. Okay, so that is a very cool origin myth. That's like unique and weird and interesting. All right, maybe that's enough. Let's look for some specific gods. So first, I want to just look for a god of death. I'll keep Durg's recommendation in mind that the Earth Goddess is an underworld mentor. We'll find her at some point. Oh, it's probably this lady. Oh my god, these letters! There's 2 accent marks on that word. A little caret and the, like, Enya squiggle. Fuck! We've been to this wiki before. The Gods and Demons one. Half dragon, half fairy. Is that in reference to the creation myth, or are you saying this lady is also half dragon, half fairy? That's such a cool combo. If someone was like, do you want to play Magic the Gathering? I have a cool deck I made that's half dragon, half fairy. I would be like, sweet, show it to me. You mean it sounds like Mary Sue? Okay, so I thought you meant like a Mary Sue is like a term for like a boring person who doesn't take risks. So that's what I thought you were referencing. But this sounds like not that. Who is Mary Sue? Dia Mao. The Mother Earth goddess associated with the dead, the underworld, and the cycle of reincarnation. Okay. So we could... A Mary Sue doesn't quite mean that? Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I've only heard like southern, like old white people calling somebody a Mary Sue. Usually when they're being like not traditionally manly. Okay, it's, you know what? It's time to find out what a Mary Sue is. What's a Mary Sue? A type of female character... Shit. I thought this would just pop out more info. A type of female character who's depicted as unrealistically lacking in flaws or weaknesses. What the fuck? Wow. You ever think you know what a word means because you're pretty sure you've heard people use it confidently in context enough to understand what a word means? I've never heard somebody call a woman a Mary Sue. Interesting. Okay, so it's just an unrealistic woman who doesn't... A character in a story who doesn't have, like, flaws or weaknesses. Whoa. What the fuck? You only know that from a shitpost video about chess. What the fuck? Huh. Interesting. Often, an author's idealized self-insertion. That's very funny. There's a character in Sea of Stars. One of the most valid criticisms, I think, of that game is that there is a character who people joke is a self-insert for somebody in the dev team. Because he's just like a regular guy, but he goes along with his friends who are like, who have trained their whole lives to be like fucking magical god slayers. And Like, he does as much damage as them. He's like an amazing healer. But in the whole time in the story, he's like, oh gosh, guys, like, I kind of suck. Like, I'll work hard and like, I won't get in the way, I promise. But it's like, no, dude, like, you're like the fucking top tier member of this team. You keep everybody alive. Shut the fuck up. It's really annoying. Oh my God. In the chess video, he calls the Queen of Mary Sue. That's really funny, actually. Holy shit. That's like a good chess joke. Now that I know what the term Mary Sue means, it's a good chess joke. Wow, okay, holy shit. Damn, dude. It goes to show, like, you can't just use context to figure out what words mean, cause fucking people misuse words. Shit. And maybe the main problem here is that I have heard older, like, Southern people misuse words, and like, honestly, if anybody's gonna like, that's a mean stereotype, but like, okay, you know what, like, Southern people, actually no, let's pull that back. People who embrace toxic masculinity, which in my memory, all the people who have said Mary Sue, who have called someone a Mary Sue, and have been talking about like a guy who's like being cowardly or like not overly manly, like, you're probably kind of fucking dumb, right? Culturally educating me is a nice side activity. Mythologically educating me? Oh my God. Okay, great. I'm glad it's entertaining. There's a Marty Sue, a manly variant. That's very funny. That's cute. That's a very good twist on the name. Very evident. That's fun. Okay, so back to fucking being productive. I think we should infuse this lady as our like corrosion influence. Ooh, she's got a bunch of aliases. Mother Earth, Mother Under the Earth, the Underworldly Mother, Goddess of the Earth Palace. Ooh, the Earth Palace. That's fucking cool sounding. Actually, okay, hold on. I need to make a note about that. That's a fun like structure for naming things. Like, just the Earth Palace sounds so important. The one palace that is like of the Earth. That's fucking cool. That's like a little bit better than like the Fire Temple. I don't know. Okay, what are the rest of them? Sacred Mistress of the Sixth Palace. Fuck. Queen of Yanluo Wang. Maybe that's the name of the Sixth Palace. Mother of Demons, Lady of Samsara, Princess of the Moon Palace, bro. These are cool. I like this wiki. This is a cool wiki. Mother of the Mirror Palace, the one who reflects. As a suggestion for a water goddess / god. Okay, that's cool. I like the idea that you could almost kind of argue that corrosion is kind of a reflection of the typical things we think of for like natural forces. Usually when people think of nature, they think of like growth and life. The death aspect of nature, at least personally, I feel like is viewed as secondary, even though like you can't have life without death. I mean, you can probably have some kinds of life, but it's much more limited, right? And life isn't like that. Life is going to be like, of course I'll have things eating each other. I just whatever you want to do, existence, try it out. That's like, life has no rules. Life is just like, just let's just try it. Let's see what happens. Life left without decay is cancer. That's fun. That is an interesting perspective. I think in most cases true. I could imagine... Actually, yeah, like no matter what, without death, you can't function. Even if you just had a planet that was all plants, like some plants need to die. Otherwise, the plants become old and like radiation affects their ability to like reproduce. They can't keep, not reproduce, they can't keep like dividing their cells. just like other living creatures. Like, as you get older, you just stop functioning well. You need reproduction to reset the cycle. And if you need reproduction, then you also need death because you need things to get out of the way. Okay, let me make a note about this gods and demons.fandom wiki. Generally not a fan of fandom wikis. This one's pretty cool though. And then I do think we should lock this person in as one part of their domain will be like mirrors and reflections. And I like that Mother of the Mirror Palace is a cool thing. Where would we put that? We need like a titles section, actually. And then actually, yeah, let's stay consistent. We'll just do that. Nicknames, aliases. I like titles. I like the idea that they like... It's like these have been bestowed by people. It's like a... how you might introduce her in a respectful way. You have a deja vu. Have we done this before? Dirk, I would not be surprised if your daily life was just hopping from stream to stream to help people. And so then, you know, if you're helping everybody with cool mythology lore, then eventually things are going to overlap. Deja vu about aliases specifically. Maybe we've talked about it. As Crazy Pants said, both she and I don't have great memories lately. Okay, so she's the Mother Earth goddess, but she's associated with the dead. I guess because, like, there's probably a separate, like, life or nature goddess, and the idea is that dead people are placed into the earth. Okay, so let's get her cool name. And we're gonna add her to the Vietnam section. You know what? Wait, we'll just unbold it. Goddess of Death / Underworld is good enough. All right, let's try to find some behavioral, some personality stuff about her after we grab some traits for her domain. She's associated with the dead, the underworld, reincarnation, venerated by the people of Vietnam. She's the ruler of Dia Phu and the wife of Yan Luo Wang, and serving beneath her are the 10 infernal kings. And I just need to say, let's assume I'm mispronouncing every single one of these names. You have too many furry streamers to help anybody. That's not true. You help me all the time. But I get what you're saying. You're like, you're busy with that stuff. You know, whatever. You do you. It's your free time. A lot of entertainment, but little to no constructivism where you're needed. Whatever. You gotta chill out, you know? You gotta be entertained sometimes. Okay, so we're gonna reword dead as just death. I get that she's the god of the dead because, like, you probably store the dead in the earth, but because we're trying to kind of repurpose this for corrosion, decay, I think death is more appropriate than the dead. She's the god of this action. Oh, and actually, they're going to be a he or a they, but... Okay, so death, underworld, reincarnation. I think those are all great additions to corrosion. Mermaids must be around? Or mermen? Or quacken? You mean like krakens? Like giant squids? Giant octopuses? I think they're octopuses. Yeah, why mermaids? I mean, this is a water god, but is there, are mermaids related to corrosion in some way I'm not thinking of? I do need to think about. I kind of want each of these gods to be from their own species, but the idea of having a bunch of species to try and animate is like filling me with dread. But I am already kind of signing up to make like 150 beasts, so maybe some extra species of humanoids won't be so bad. Yes, in each and every way. Oh my god. This is hilarious and adorable. It is actually, that wasn't a Derg typo. He's a Quacken. Oh, he's so cute. Crazy Pants. If you're still watching, tell your mom to make me one of these. Oh my god, that's adorable. Holy shit. Okay, now hold on. I'm not gonna just directly steal that idea for a beast, but I love that idea of combining two things with some cute wordplay. That's very fun. That's what we're after. Those are the kind of beasts we're after. And then obviously in the first stage of evolution, he could be cute like this, and then in the second stage of evolution, he'll be a little bit scarier. And if there's a third stage, then the third stage he's like a fucking monster. Holy shit, that's adorable. Oh my god. Dude, I want 10 infernal kings serving beneath me. Vis-a-vis Spaghetti, yeah. Spaghetti's still, I think, my favorite example. I think it's really the only solid one. I have some other, like, silly name ideas. Like combining, like, making the word locket, like Lockcat, like some kind of weird metal cat. It doesn't fucking sing as well. It just doesn't dream. Mermaids are seen as primal spirits of water. Pretty women luring shipmen to their death, similar to sirens. Yeah. Sure, so I guess you kind of get the corrosion idea there because they lure things to their death. That's a cool idea. All right. We could let's see, like, make her like the mother of mermaids and maybe add to her visual description. Her, oh my god, I'm just assuming her. We're gonna do man or gender neutral. Maybe this one needs to be a man, because if we're gonna have some kind of merman influence, then it's easier. It's hard to go gender neutral with mermaids or mermen. Those words are losing meaning to me now. Merman, merman, mer. Okay, let's get some appearance. Just a regal woman. I feel like a lot of Asian culture gods, and I think maybe because of how important like formal appearance is, so many of them just look like fancy people in cool ornate clothing. Which is, it's cool. I do kind of like the more primal view of gods. Like a god that's just like a dragon or something. Like, feels more like they're closer to being like a primal representation of something. Okay, so a regal woman, intricate and elegant features. Parts of her body are disintegrated and rotten since she was born. creating a noxious smell that she hid using numerous kinds of perfume oils. Ooh. That's interesting. Is that something that I want to utilize? Now, the idea for these demigods is that they used to be mortals, and they kind of ascended by gathering up so much magical energy that, like, even if you kill them, their physical form is not where their mortality is stored anymore. They can come back to life. So because of that, they can their body is just an extension of their will. They can represent themselves however they want. So if one of these demigods had like a fucked up arm, they would just be like, I just regrow the arm. It'd be interesting to maybe have this be some kind of consequence of using their power. That, like, if they use their corrosion power, parts of their body become kind of fucked up for a bit. In opposition of seeing potential, they may see the flaws and be about acceptance of those flaws. That's a cool idea. That really goes along with the idea of a god of corrosion. I think that's a cool, let's put that as a personality trait. Acceptance of flaws. And I like this idea of like maybe they have the power they use is incredibly volatile, and unlike the fire earth god Kree, where her whole goal is she keeps everything under control because things are so powerful, she's so disciplined, and if her fire magic goes wrong, she's gonna burn a city down. So she's very focused on discipline and control. Perhaps this god is more focused on the accepting the drawbacks of using their power, that it may be like it comes at a cost that limits them every time they use it. Hel, the goddess of winter in Scandinavian myths, she's literally a half of a dead skeleton. Like, as in, so half of her is alive, half of her is like dead. That is a really cool idea. So then maybe that would be this seems like maybe an interesting, maybe a way that you could tell how much this god is dipping into their like inner stores of mana, of magic, is that they start to look more and more fucked up. And perhaps that is just like the cost of using corrosion magic. And maybe we could work that into the actual spells in the game, that there might be some powerful corrosion spells that also hurt you. Okay, I like this idea, and maybe it's just a visual description. Using power leads to corroded appearance, maybe. That's cool. It's a fun idea. Maybe bad luck is an intimidation technique, but also exposure to the idea of death. Whoa. Like an ability that could intimidate the opponent by exposing them and the user to the idea of death? So it may be easily accepted by mortals. Whoa, okay, so like you like intimidate somebody by like showing them visions of death in general. That's a cool idea. Okay, we could put that in her powers. Just gonna show visions of death. Maybe she looks like your own death. Oh my god, like, so you see, yeah, I think she's not gonna be a she. That's the problem with we're pulling information from a female, but I think we're gonna go with he for this one. But like she. And now I'm doing it again. Okay, he becomes you and dies vividly. I don't know, something like that. So the idea is that this kind of intimidation spell that maybe the player could use. The player might be able to get this. Other opponents might be able to use it. Like there's a spell in Baldur's Gate, probably it's just in Dungeons and Dragons, called like Tasha's Hideous Laughter or something. And it can disable a target by making them like laugh uncontrollably. So maybe we would have a spell called like Something's Death Stare or something. And it's not that they stare at you with like dagger eyes. It's that like they stare at you and then you see your own death. You see them, the person that's casting this spell, they become you and then they die horribly. And so then you're like confronted with your own death. All the others, like it, one, and they are gender neutral. Yeah, it is a very interesting one because I feel like traditionally it was viewed negatively because it would kind of reduce somebody to an object rather than a living being with feelings and thoughts and rights that needed to be honored. But I feel like recently, especially with like people being able to choose their own pronouns, some people are choosing it because they just feel like that makes sense for them. And who am I to fucking tell them that's wrong? I am afraid to use it though. I am afraid that if I use it on somebody, even if they ask me to, like to me, it feels like I'm demeaning them or something. It's so weird. It's like clearly it's a me problem. Death is a function. Those with harsh work may need to dissociate. Whoa. Okay, wait, how does... Those are true statements, but... Streamers sometimes feel weird about calling you Worm. Yeah, I feel like I almost always call you Team Worm. Also, calling you Team feels fucking weird. Like, it's one of those words that's like, it doesn't work as a shorthand name. You chose it, I can use it. Yeah, no, I get it. It still feels weird, though. Having a pronoun it as someone who isn't actually you, like a second personality, a role, a mask. That's an interesting idea. That's kind of cool. I mean, even for some reason now I'm thinking like if somebody has like a title or a role they have to perform as a god, but they want that role separated from them, like the idea of if this god didn't like being the god of death, but they felt they feel it's important. They accept the flaws of nature and understand that someone must be part of death. Someone must represent death in the pantheon of gods. That maybe they would view that role as like separate from themselves, even though they do it. Maybe they would be a deity of deception. Oh, that's an interesting idea. Little lies are okay. I don't know. I don't know if that feels right. I kind of want that to be like a different god, like a god later on as we expand, having a bigger and bigger pantheon. I feel like that would be... That seems like it's so deep and rich that there could be a whole god dedicated to that, and the ideas that jump directly off of that. So I think we leave that for a different god. Okay, what's this lady's personality? A stern mother who sees all the souls within her realm as her children. It's getting a little bit close to Kree's personality. She's said to be benevolent, kind, and is the only person capable of soothing her husband's wrath. She values justice above all else. She does not tolerate any sign of injustice or mistreatment within her court. Will often go out of her own domains to make sure such injustice would never happen again. Ooh. That is kind of a cool addition to this idea that we already have going on, which is that she's extremely vindictive. No, it's going to be a he. Fuck. He, him. I like combining a strong sense of justice with extreme vindictiveness. Sometimes they're kind of being a little bitch about getting revenge or about being beaten about things. But quite often that vindictiveness is justified because they have such a strong sense of justice. God of Division. Oh, that's interesting. That does go with corrosion quite well. So how'd that manifest itself? So it's not just that this is like a god of decay and death, but just about dividing things into smaller pieces as well. That is like a different side of decay and death, of things breaking down, is now they're smaller pieces that can be used in ways they couldn't before. Maybe he was one who invented language and divided ideas from other ideas. That's cool. Ooh. Okay, is there someone else, some other god that I feel like might be better as the god of language? Because if not, that's a very fun thing. Could be a god that we're not going to create for a long time. Nah, that's cool. Okay, so actually, let's not do these as titles. Let's do these as domains. That's a cool idea, Dirk. The heavenly gods seem to favor... what is her name again? Dia Mao. More than her husband or any other god in Diu or Diafu. Because she has such a strong sense of justice. That's cool. This would be good to know about the heavenly gods. One of the gods was listed as the god of heaven. Interesting. She was the daughter of the Jade Emperor. Interesting. There's a game called Jade Empire. That is shoot, is a BioWare RPG. You can make some crazy decisions in that game. You could be a giant bastard. Okay, do we want to read her whole history? She was born in a body that had already been disintegrated and rotten, thus making her an outcast. Aww. The cause behind her deformed appearance was because her soul was born from Pengu's blood and semen, alongside 11 other gods, thus giving her physical body attributes similar to that of the old god's disintegrating body. Okay. Saddened because she was outcast by her own family and fellow gods, she left the heavenly palace and the heavenly bureaucracy as a whole. Wow, they don't just have, like, gods in heaven, they've got a whole fucking bureaucracy. She she descended down to Earth. Afterwards, she created for herself a realm so deep beneath the Earth that not even a sliver of light could peek in, so that no one would have to see her hideousness anymore. Oh, that's so sad. She then named it Diafu, literally Earth Palace, began to rule over it as its sole divinity. Okay, then she made some demons because the loneliness started to reach her. Oh, boredom and loneliness. She took the earth and pieces of her own shadow to form numerous creatures. Ooh, that's kind of cool. Okay, Dirk, that sounds cool. The Artist of Thresholds? That kind of, I feel like we're kind of getting away from corrosion and water. But I guess if you look at like division, a threshold is a very strong way to divide something. I mean, that's basically its job. That's a cool idea. A river is a threshold. Ooh. Yeah. Okay, so first of all, let's add rivers. And then threshold, for sure. Yeah, that's cool. That the sea is as well. Yeah, good point. Good point. All right. So do we want her to be a creator of demons? I don't know. That seems like it's getting a little bit evil. I guess we don't always have to make demons evil. They can kind of just be. I like the representation of demons as just like they're like mortal or immortal creatures that live very like they live vicariously. They have actually maybe vicarious is the wrong term. They live at like very emotional lives, like they seek pleasure or violence. They're just like caught up in these powerful emotions. I like that view of demons. That like they're not necessarily evil. They just like this one demon just really loves killing people. That's like his favorite thing. So like of course he's like, I'm just gonna kill people. It fucking feels great. I'm gonna do it. Which, you know, like that's bad. But then there might be another demon that's just like, I just love like, I don't know, getting drunk. I'm just gonna I'm gonna become a mixologist. I'm gonna go become like the best bartender ever so I can get drunk on all the cool liquids on the planet. And that could be an interesting extension of this god, if he is a god of corrosion. It's like the demons that are created are flawed in that they feel emotions too strong and they do things that are like toxic to their survival. A demon is inherently against God, so it kind of depends on God. Yeah, that's an interesting... I think that's the more, like, typical view of a demon that I want to get away from. But certainly in my universe, there will be gods that are absolute shitbags. That fucking suck. Skin divides you from the outer world. Oh my god. But also are gates for decay. Yeah, and I mean, like, clearly Skin's goal is to minimize decay, but it certainly doesn't succeed fully. Buh, that's a fucking weird way to conceptualize your skin. Okay, so yeah, I think we'll make this god a creator of demons. And they're I'm going to say that the demons are ruled by passion. So they're not all necessarily evil. In fact, you might come across demons that are absolutely good. Most demons I feel like you come across they'll be relatively neutral. They just do the things they want to do, and sometimes that's very bad, sometimes it's very good, sometimes it's like neutral, sometimes it's whatever. Skin, barrier against decay. Maybe a threshold. They could even be like the god of like tattoos, because they're so closely associated with skin. Maybe mirror doppelgangers. Ooh, that seems like a cool power for sure. And that could even just be a kind of demon. I don't know. What would... I feel like doppelgangers are so often portrayed as evil. I would want like a cool origin story for doppelgangers that makes them not inherently evil, but you would understand why people would think they're evil. Because the ability to just look like someone else is like, boy, you're probably just gonna use that for being evil. You could just use it to hide. You could just hide as somebody, make yourself look like someone, and then go far away from wherever they are. And then you wouldn't run into them. Doppelgangers are antagonistic. Yeah. I don't like that. I don't like just making a whole species of creature that are like evil. I feel like that's just so lame. Jungian shadow. Because it's like they look like you, but they're like an evil version of you. Damn, I like that idea. They're not a species. I feel like in some things they are. Like doppelgangers are definitely, at least in something. Like I think like in Star Wars, I guess they're more like, they're called like changelings often. They are reflections. So then you're saying this idea would be that they're not like a species of creatures that can that reproduce. They live lives completely separate from the fact that they can also just mimic people and look just like them. But you're saying maybe they're like magically created? They are angels in a way. Whoa. They seem more like demons. And I think I like the idea that a god can create a species, and then that species just can function separate from the god. The god doesn't have to keep making more of them. They can kind of handle their own thing. I think we could have demons, we could have doppelgangers be a kind of demon if we ever wanted to utilize them in a story. You have to have a 15-minute plant watering? Cool, dude, go take care of your plants. Unless that's a weird metaphor for something else, then yeah, you know, do whatever you gotta do. Oh no, when this lady created demons because she was depressed, their appearances were not only not beautiful, but hideous, as well as lacking a shadow for themselves. Oh, that's sad. Because of their ugliness, Vietnamese people have the phrase that I'm not going to try to read, but translated it means so ugly that not even demons would desire them, that person. It's like the... Dang, it's like, oh, the baby was so ugly that they had to tie a bone around his neck to get the dog to play with him. It's like that kind of a phrase. Seems to be leveled at a person. That's brutal. Okay, so she's the ruler of the dead. When she first created the Earth Palace, the underworld realm of Diyu, ruled by Yanluo Wang, was the only afterlife in the area. This sounds so like they're explaining the fucking history of like new neighborhoods being built or something. like a new shopping mall being built. It thus became jam-packed with an amount of souls beyond the maximum amount at the time. Because of these, the souls who were unable to enter Diu were forced to wander endless in the living world, with many vengeful ghosts coming back to torment the living. At the scene, the Jade Emperor summoned back his daughter, Diamao, as he knew she had just created an underworldly that was then only inhabited by her and the demons she created. Okay, so they meant she had just created an underworld. He gave her the duty of taking those roaming souls into her realm, making it a true realm of the dead. Okay. She accepted as she saw how despite these souls had lost their physical body, their karma still lingered. So she wanted them to be treated equally. Oh, how sweet. This lady seems so nice. As someone who favors justice above all else, she couldn't accept the fact that all souls were treated the same regardless of how different their lives were as humans. Therefore, she created a judgment hall for the dead and tasked her demons as guards. Ooh. Okay, so she's not like completely benevolent. She's like, if you were bad in life, you probably deserve a punishment. All right, I mean, that's fair. In folk belief, she sat on a golden chariot, a noose in her hand, which she used to capture the souls of the deceased. Whoever got captured by her noose would instantly die and have their soul taken back to Diafu for judgment. Damn, bro. She became a grand judge to determine the fate of each soul. Yeah, okay, all right. She became the patron of peaceful death, guarding over those who died of old age and sickness. She takes care of young children and mothers who died in childbirth. She guides the souls who didn't choose the path of violence and hatred to salvation through samsara, the cycle of reincarnation, to be reborn into another life. That's cool. So we already have that they're the god of reincarnation. I think, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, so I don't know how much further we need to go with this. I think we have some good basic tenets. All the myths and legends section is empty. I do want to know about her husband. What's the deal with her husband? There's a section... Shoot. Oh, it's okay. It's this very last paragraph. Later on, she married Yan Luo Wang, partially merged their realms together for better management. Better management. Holy shit. I absolutely need to watch a documentary about Vietnamese mythology. It's so interestingly viewed. It's like a fucking business. She also gave the duty of capturing souls of the deceased to Hai Bei Wu Chang and created demons known as Ox-Headed and Horse-Faced to assist them in their duty. Whoa. Cool. Okay, shit, I lied. I want to know about the Infernal Kings. Okay, so there are too many souls of the dead. She decided to pick out the souls of 9 men who had performed enough graces in their lives to become her judges. Known in Vietnamese folklore as the 9 Kings of Hell. Oh my god, that sounds so nefarious. But they're like they're good dudes. Okay. That sounds cool, the 9 Kings of Hell. Oh, and then there's a 10th king. After the 9 King system was established, another problem occurred in the form of powerful demons and souls who used their former memory to wreak havoc, both in Diafu and in the living world after they had been reborn. Oh. Damn, yeah, sounds like your system is fucking flawed if you're letting bastard people be reborn. Don't do that. Just when Diamao was busy trying to find a way to deal with this dilemma, 2 souls, a man and a woman, were taken toward her to be judged together. The man told her the lives of all beings, from humans to animals. Almost as if, like he had lived all of their life. This is worded very weirdly. Who wrote this? While the woman couldn't remember anything, even who she truly was. At that moment, Diamao knew that these two were destined to be sent here by her father and tasked the two with important duties in her court. All right, I feel like this isn't cool anymore. This is kind of weird. All right, I'm out. We got some cool stuff. So then what is the next thing to do? I feel like we've kind of gotten two Vietnamese gods. I'm quite certain that Hawaiian gods, shit, like Polynesian? Is that their culture? Let's just look up Hawaiian mythology and tell me about the religion. It doesn't just have a name? Also known as the Kapu system? Okay. Okay, I mean, maybe we just try Hawaiian mythology. And then actually, let's go with the Hawaiian creation myth. Let's start there. Ever wondered how Hawaii was created? Yeah, but probably could it be safe for work though? That looked like there were some things being depicted. Okay, it is the Polynesian people. Great. The creation myths told by the Polynesian people are connected in many ways through their shared links to Austronesian ancestors. However, over the last 2,000 years, as distinct Polynesian societies developed on various islands, these stories became varied from place to place. This article will showcase some of these creation myths to show how the Polynesian creation myths are born. No, how they bore the rich culture seen today in Polynesia. Okay, all right, Dirk's back. Dirk's back and he wants a fact. All right, since we're already in Firefox, I'm just going to hop to the tab. This is the fact generator. Viking burials included board games. That's your fact. I think that's pretty cool. I will hopefully remember to click over to a new fact in the future. I would like to know what kind of board games. Like just dice games? Or did they the board? There's got to be a board. What kind of board game did they play? There's that cool ancient Hawaiian, not Hawaiian, oh my god. Egyptian board game. Shit, I can't remember the name of it, but it's like maybe the oldest actual board game. Maybe it's older than the Vikings. Maybe they played it. I don't know. There's a great Tom Scott video about it. All right. I guess I should just close this. Is there anything about Dia Mao? Her name means Mother Earth or Mother of the Earth. She's got a festival. Despite being the goddess of the underworld, she's also associated with life and birth. That's interesting. According to Sun Wukong, her allegiance to her husband Yan Lu Wang, quote, changes with the friggin' breeze. Is that's a thing worth quoting? That sounds like a not reputable statement. She was also goddess of the moon prior to being goddess of the underworld. And the Moon Palace was originally built to be her personal palace. Cool. Oh, and she's the Vietnamese counterpart of the Norse goddess Hel. Cool. Okay, hold on. I do want to see what that goddess looks like because Dirk said that she's like half skeleton. That doesn't look that cool. Come on, give me a cool one. Oh, yeah, that's better. That's better. Yeah, there's a bunch of these. Oh, yeah, she's just like half dead. Hey, for this one, it's the right half that's dead. Cool, man. Ooh. Cool art style. It reminds me, it feels like old Disney animation. Cool, dude. Okay. All right, back to the Polynesian myths. It looks like they had chess-like war games. Hell yeah, cool. Feel like they would need another ship just for your dice. Oh my god. You got a lot of dice, Dirk? I would say I don't. Actually, I probably have like over 100 dice. But they all fit in a little tiny bag. You start buying them and you never end. Yeah, I know that feeling. It's like I probably only need like a dozen dice, but I've got so many sets. You just like, some of them look so cool, you know? It's hard. I want stuff. My life is incomplete, and maybe getting more cool stuff will make it slightly more complete. Maori, okay, we're back to the creation myth for Polynesia. Maori legends reflect many Polynesian creation myths related to the birth of the universe and everything inside of it, including gods. I think the location, like we're on planet Earth, and that's in the Sol system, and that is inside the Milky Way galaxy. But then the next thing, I think, is like a cluster of galaxies, and I think that's it's named after something Hawaiian. It's like Haleakala. Hold on. This is a. Where is the Milky Way tonight? Oh my god. No, that's not where we're located. No, that's the no. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna try and spell it. Haleakala. I swear it's called the Haleakala supercluster. Nope, it's Lanakanea. Okay, all right. It's a totally different sounding Hawaiian name. You can see the Milky Way right now, bro. Me too. If I look down, technically I can. The Laniakea supercluster, which is Hawaiian for open skies or immense heaven, or the local supercluster, right, because it's the one we're in, is the galaxy supercluster that is home to the Milky Way. Okay. It's so crazy to think about like where we fucking are. We're so tiny. Oh, it was defined by astronomers in the University of Hawaii. Okay, that makes sense. It makes sense they would give it a Hawaiian name. I kind of thought maybe they gave it a Hawaiian name because of the idea that the Polynesian creation myth goes back to the birth of the universe as a whole, which not all of them do. Many of them do, but not all of them. Polynesian creation myths relate to the birth of the universe and everything inside of it, including the gods. It's not surprising, seeing as the indigenous cultures of the Pacific are all related. So what is the creation myth for the Maori? Yeah, Crazy Pants, I realized that Haleakala was the volcano that we watched the sunrise from. The shit was cool. It was so fucking cold. I was not prepared. God, it was windy. It's cool to see. I don't know if it was worth that fucking pain in the ass, though. Cool experience. Okay, back to the Polynesian creation myth. They say that in the beginning, there was just Tekor, the nothing, until one day there came Tepo, the night. After this first partnership, two thoughts passed between them as Rangi, the Sky Father, and Papa, the Earth Mother. Rangi and Papa loved each other so much they refused to let go of each other. Cute. And so as they embraced, there was no light on Earth. The embrace was so tight that even time could not slip between them. That's just lovely. The partnership between Rangi and Papa gave birth to 100 children. We saw that number for the Vietnamese creation myth. Some of these included Tangaroa, the god of the sea, Tane, the god of the forest, Tumatauenga, the god of war, Wiro, the god of darkness, and Tawiri Matea, the god of wind. At least I pronounced all the letters. That's probably not right, but holy shit, it's oh my god. These children were trapped between their parents and wished they could move, so Tane suggested separating them. Tane carried 4 poles to the 4 corners of the earth and pushed the parents slowly apart over several years. Eventually they became separated, and the blood of the Rangi became the red sky of the night. Okay, this picture has some nudity. Let's just move past that. Likewise, the blood of Papa became the red clay on the earth. Okay, all right, let's just whoop. It's culturally relevant. It's okay. But we're not here to see that. Light came into the world, and time began with the separation of Rengi and Papa. Finally, the four god children could move, so they went each to the four corners of the earth to hold up the sky. However, despite this new freedom, Tawiramatea was angry at what his siblings had done, so he ripped his eyes out and threw them into the sky where they became the first stars. Next, he made natural disasters such as storms and hurricanes to show his fury had no end. The whistling of his pain for his parents and his disdain for his siblings' actions will fuel his winds to this day. Damn, bro. Holy shit. Okay. In the end, Papa and Rengi missed each other so much that their tears became rain and created the rivers and oceans which still flow today. You might even see the mist and dew which settles on the ground, which are reminders that Papa sighs in eternal loneliness for her one true love. Oh my god, that's so sad. Wow. Maori's interpretation of life coming into being is one reflected in many Polynesian cultures as the idea of there first being darkness and the life coming with light. Yeah, I feel like that's such a... It's cool that ancient cultures figured that out. Like obviously this is a mythological story, but like it's so clear that life is tied to light. That light is the source of life. For everything except the cool, weird deep sea vents. And maybe some other spots in the deep sea. I don't know. But it's so cool. It feels so like profound that like we can all come to that conclusion. Even people who didn't have modern society. Okay, so what is this? Maui and Aoraki Polynesian creation myths. Oh, so this is a different creation myth? There are many tales from various parts of the Pacific about how the islands came into being. In Maori culture, there are two legendary events that crafted the two giant land masses, which make up Aotearoa. Fuck. Following the world's creation, men started to inhabit it and frolic about in the waves of Rangi's tears. One important character of Maori legend is Maui, the favorite son, trickster and expert fisherman, who helped fish up the North Island of New Zealand. That is Aotearoa. Polynesian people across the Pacific have tales of this legendary hero Maui, who, as the Polynesian creation myth goes, was born with magical powers. He held an equally magical fish hook, a fishing implement traditionally curved from the jawbone of his grandmother. Whoa, bro. That's a bit much. One day he and some men were fishing in the great oceans aboard a waka when he cast his line into the deep ocean and caught something impossibly large. He pulled the fish out of the ocean with great effort, where it became a solid landmass. Thus the great fish became the home of Maori, Aotearoa. Oh my god, I can't fucking read. Years after the fishing up of the North Island, Aotearoa and his brothers went fishing to the south. Unfortunately, their waka became sick. Over time, Aotearoa and his fishermen became frozen. Their waka became the great southern island, and the brothers became the highest peaks of the mountains. For example, Aotearoa was the largest of the brothers, so he became known as the mountain Aotearoa Mount Cook. Okay. Cool. Okay, I feel like that's a good enough like dip into the ideas behind their creation story. I feel like it's a cool idea to just get some flavor. So maybe we'll look for specifics. So maybe Polynesians aren't gonna just have a god of water because they're like an island society. So like I feel like they would, if I asked them what their god of water is, they might be like 80% of them are gods of water. Like, what do you mean? What do you fucking mean? There is Tangaroa. He exercises control over the tides. Sometimes depicted as a whale. Cool. Aotearoa is the Maori name for New Zealand. Oh. Interesting. Cool. So then maybe that's like a divergence between Aotearoa. Okay, all right, thank you. Fuck. Oh man, I need a... If I was a very popular streamer, I would love to hire an editor to look over today's stream and just like condense it into a 5-minute video, and every time I mispronounce a word, just like do a little like ding and like increase a little counter in the corner. And then also maybe have like a text-to-speech properly pronounce it each time I did it wrong. Holy shit, we're probably 100 plus right now. Okay, so it looks like Tangaroa is the god of the ocean and tides. So let's just read the wiki article about Tangaroa. Ooh, unless, hold on, let's look up Tangaroa. If that cool gods and whatever wiki comes up near the top. Nah. Alien weaponry. From a band called Tangaroa? Cool. Cool. All right, now we're just going to Wikipedia. Okay. So Tangaroa is the god of sea and fish. The Maori god of sea and fish. The Cook Islander god of sea and fertility. And the Moriori god of fish. Cool. It's cool how widespread like Maori people are. Okay, so I think we already have tides. Being depicted as a whale. I don't know where we would actually add that. Perhaps visual description. I'll just put whale form. Sometimes he's in his whale form. Just goes full whale mode. You don't want to discourage this path, but you think the more I dig into this, yeah, the more we're going to be pushed toward non-Hawaiian things. Yeah, for sure. You're looking at mostly Oceania and other Polynesian places. Yeah. Honestly, I'm okay with that. We're just grabbing a little bit. And I understand that Hawaiian culture might be influenced by this, but not exactly. They may have their own version. Which I guess, sure, let me actually try and see if there's a specific Hawaiian god of the ocean. And maybe let's look at that specifically. Kanaloa. Do we have a Wikipedia article? We do. Ooh, and also that Mythlock article. We were there before. Let's go there first. Oh, damn, this is like a whole fucking thing. Oh my god. In Hawaiian mythology, Kanaloa holds a pivotal role as the god of the sea and the underworld. Oh. Win. They got peanut butter in my chocolate. And that's exactly what I wanted. Cool. Crazy Pants, thanks for the comment and making me think I should kind of back out and then research specifically for Hawaiian. Sweet. Okay, so then I think we're for sure going to be having Kanaloa as the influence here because Kanaloa hits both. You want peanut butter and chocolate? No, yeah, me too. I don't know if I ever don't. Maybe for like 10 minutes after a meal when I'm like, oh, I ate too much. but mostly no. Okay, yeah, let's make this a second line, and then I can't indent, which is really annoying, but then we'll just... Kanaloa, god of the sea and underworld. Cool. All right, Kanaloa, you better be cool. His origins can be traced to the creation of the Hawaiian archipelago, where he emerged as one of 4 major deities. Ooh, that's kind of what we have going on. Sharing this esteemed position with... Ooh, maybe not Kane, maybe like Kane. I'm just gonna say Kane. Kane, Lono, and Ku. Beyond being solely associated with the ocean, Kanaloa is a multifaceted entity intricately connected to themes of creation, death, the underworld, and the very essence of life. Cool. That last one, I don't know. We got a nature life god. Just back off of that. You can share it, but you gotta focus on the death and decay part. As one of the primary gods in Hawaiian mythology, standing alongside Kane, Ku, and Lono, Kanaloa plays a significant part in shaping the spiritual and cultural landscapes of the islands. Often paired with his brother, Kane, who represents order and creation, Kanaloa assumes the role of chaos, darkness, and the transformative power inherent in death. Yeah. This duality between Kane and Kanaloa reflects the delicate balance that underlies the natural order of life and death in Hawaiian cosmology. Yeah. So cool. Symbolically, Kanaloa is represented by the octopus and squid. Creatures known for their adept navigation of the murky depths with stealth and grace. Okay, so then let's supplant the whale form. We'll give him an octopus form. I like that. Although actually, squids seem more graceful. When I see a squid, I really feel like that motherfucker is designed to like just fly through the ocean water. Octopuses, octopi, octopodes, whichever one you'd prefer. They seem so much more like functionally designed to like do stuff. Like a squid seems like the travel version, and the octopus seems like the do stuff version. Like the squid is so streamlined, but then the octopus seems so like their hands seem way more useful. The squid seems like he's like, fuck man, my hands are kind of stuck behind me, dude. And obviously, yes, they don't have hands. When my grandparents used to love bringing up a thing. I don't know if it actually happened because I was really young, but apparently when I learned what an octopus was, they we were like at a restaurant or something, and they asked me like what I learned at school, and I said I learned about octopuses and that they were the ones with all the testicles instead of tentacles. And oh boy, fucking 20 years later was I still hearing that shit, which it is pretty funny. Oh my god. Are you a joke to me? And then a picture of Ursula? Well, because she's like she's more like octopus than squid. Ursula's not a joke to me. She is a damn bitch, though. I always I hated watching The Little Mermaid as a kid. I hated how much everybody was just like they kind of just interacted with Ursula. Like in my head, Ariel interacting with her, I'm like Ariel, like you go tell the king this lady's like fucking evil and you fucking kill her. Like she's fucking evil, bro. Just fucking kill that bitch. Fuck that bitch. God damn it, she's fucking evil. Fuck. Whoa. There are some shirts in the corner that are a little bit sus. Also, like I don't fuck your a Minotaur oversized shirt is 800 somethings. Who are you? No. All right, fine, I give up. Okay, let's ignore that picture. He's a squid. Creatures known for their adept navigation. Yeah. The symbolism mirrors Kanaloa's own enigmatic nature, emphasizing his role as a deity connected to the mysterious and unseen aspects of the ocean. Okay. So let's add to the personality that they are mysterious. And maybe their domain will be like mysteries and the unknown. That's cool. This is a god you pray to when you are unsure about the future or what you will be dealing with, especially on like a voyage. The choice of these marine creatures as symbols underscores the depth of Kanaloa's influence and his association with the profound mysteries concealed beneath the waves. That's so cool. That's so cool. That reminds me of the cool song from Moana. That oh my god. I don't remember the name of it, and I'm not gonna sing any of it. It's Moana is singing about wanting to go leave her island, and there is a line about something like looking at the waves and like nobody knows how deep it goes. The ocean. It's fucking cool. Good song. It's a good movie. Okay, physical traits. In the ancient traditions of Hawaii, Kanaloa is symbolically represented by either the squid or the... Yeah, okay, is this... You just said that. Descriptions of him portray a tall figure with a fair-skinned complexion. Similar to other Hawaiian deities, Kanaloa possesses the ability to assume various physical forms. Known as Kinolau. Dolphins, whales, bananas, and even the vastness of the ocean itself are all considered manifestations or kinolau? Fuck. Of Kanaloa. Bananas! Oh, shit. I hope that's because somebody wrote a story where he disguised himself as a fucking banana. But this is just like bananas in general. What the fuck? Weird. Okay. Do I want that? I don't know if I want that for this god, to be constantly representing himself in different forms. Being able to take on an animal form for the purpose of being more suited to the environment you're in, especially a god of water. Great. But I don't know about being bananas. One remarkable aspect of Kanaloa's nature is his unique talent for shape-shifting. Okay, all right. Among his diverse transformations, he's often depicted as a magnificent giant octopus. The mystery surrounding Kanaloa's physical form sets him apart from many other deities as he fluidly shifts between different guises. All right, they won me over. Fine. He's a fucking visual description. He's a fucking shapeshifter. And then also, now I feel like this is also, we gotta, we're gonna make a specific note about doppelgangers. It's too on the nose. It's too good. It works too well. And that is how I like to create things. I like to come up with some rules about how I'm gonna create things, and then just kind of let the things argue themselves into existence, which definitely just happened. Whether appearing as a colossal octopus with shimmering tentacles, a powerful wave crashing upon the shore, or a whisper carried on the ocean breeze, Kanaloa's shape-shifting abilities embody his deep connection to the ever-changing nature of the sea and the cyclical dance between life and death. Should have said cyclical. Ooh. Damn, that's so cool. This guy's going to be a lot of work to bring to life visually, but like the idea of like, he's not just going to like in Pokemon, like it's like, oh, Blastoise used surf and like a wave goes by. Like instead, he would just become the fucking wave and hit you with himself. That's fucking cool. What fun characterization. Depicted with a formidable and masculine presence, Kanaloa is commonly associated with the color black, symbolizing the profound mystery concealed within the ocean's depths. Some representations feature him with a long flowing beard, highlighting his age and wisdom. This imagery contrasts with his counterpart Cain, the god associated with creation and sunlight, whose dominion lies in the expansive and limitless expanse of the Pacific Ocean. Don't do that. Don't write that. That sounds bad. Okay. We will, that'll be part of his visual situation, visual description. Shoot, let's go like that to make it organized more clearly. Just gonna put the color black. He's a little goth guy. Family. Kanaloa is commonly linked with. Oh, now Kane has the bar above the A. Does that mean it's like Kane? Okay. All right. You know what? It is Kane. All right. Sometimes I'm right, and even when I'm right, I'm unwilling to do it because I feel like I thought I would be wrong. Kanaloa is commonly linked with Kane, the god's association with creation, forming a divine partnership that symbolizes the vastness and profound depths of the natural world. Yeah, bro, you're so regurgitating stuff. Connection reflects a harmonious balance in the cosmic order. Kanaloa shares a significant relationship with Lono, the god overseeing fertility, peace, and rain. Ooh. The god we're creating definitely has a little bit of Lono in them. Often portrayed as companions, these two deities embark on journeys together and partake in sacred ritual of consuming awa. Symbolic act of spiritual bonding. What the fuck is awa? A port, a harbor, cove, a channel, or passage. No. They don't, they consume those? Now here we go. A drink presented during social gatherings, important ceremonial rituals, as well as a medicine. Cool. Okay, so it's like kind of a similar idea, but not exactly the same as oh my god, ambrosia? The thing the Greek gods consumed. In various myths, Kanaloa is identified as the twin brother of Kane, born from the primordial goddess Hahanaumoku and the sky goddess Wakea. However, alternative legends introduce a different twist, suggesting that Kanaloa might be the son of Kane and the earth goddess Haumea. Ah, fuck. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I smacked the mouse. That was, I had a very itchy nose for a second. I ruined it. I ruined everything. Okay, okay, so let's kind of skip past family. Other names? That's kind of cool. There you go. Scratch your nose with your other hand, you dumbass. All right. It's also recognized by the name Tangaroa. Oh, hey. All right, cool. We came full circle. There's an island that also bears the alternative name Kanaloa. Okay, yeah, a lot of this does just repeat. Like, it feels like they expect people to just jump to a section and read about it and not read the whole thing. The title Mo'o Kanaloa further captures Kanaloa's essence, representing his shape-shifting abilities and his association with the lizard gods of the underworld. Whoa, that sounds cool. Diverse identities further revealed through alternative names, such as Kane Makua. What the fuck? Portraying him as a paternal figure intricately woven into the cyclical nature of life and death, alongside Kane. Maybe that means like Kane's brother or Kane's mirror or something. Additionally, the name Akka unveils the unseen and shadowy aspects of the ocean. Interesting. The worm god of truth in Destiny is named Akka, A-K-K-A. And Oryx, probably, I guess, the first big bad evil guy, slays Akka to gain a sweet power. Kanaloa commands profound authority, exerts considerable influence over the sea and the underworld. Dominion extends to governing abundant marine life, providing guidance to seafarers on their voyages. So this kind of overlaps with, I think, a lot of wind gods also. And I think our TN already kind of does this. I suppose it's not impossible for two gods to have a similar domain. Well, seafaring guidance. It's good enough. Regarded as a master of transformation. Ooh, and a teacher of magic. Ooh. So that is a fun idea, especially with someone who has a strong sense of justice. That does, it seems like a cool combination. Put that in with personality. A little bit kind of domain, kind of personality. Not really either, I guess. He regulates the ebb and flow of the tides and the currents, guiding navigators through perilous realms. We're 2 hours in. Yeah, good point, Dirk. Good point. Thank you for keeping me on. At least keeping my awareness of the time going. I feel like we're okay. And I can, it's okay to do a little extra. It'll be okay if we have to. Fishermen and voyagers invoke Kanaloa for protection and guidance. Yeah, you're saying the same stuff again. All right, okay. Sea is revered as a source of rejuvenation and restoration. Kanaloa is invoked in healing rituals. So that's an interesting twist. Especially when trying to combine water and corrosion, water and death. Having them also be related to like healing rituals is interesting. And I think maybe if the focus was on not just healing, but kind of healing at a cost. What is the debt being paid, the sacrifice being made? What must be done to produce the healing medicine? It's a cool idea. Healing is about killing a disease. In some cases, sure. But it's also just about, like, reforming yourself, right? Like, if you get a cut or something, there's not necessarily any disease at play, just the weakening of your skin threshold that must be restored. But yeah, that's a cool, in the case of curing a disease, that yeah, healing is actually about destroying something. That's a cool thing to add. And I feel like that's another place where this god will kind of overlap with Tien, who is a god of medicine. It's like Tien is the source of the materials, and then this god is embodied through destroying those materials to either repair your flesh or perhaps to destroy a disease. That's cool. I like the idea of having concepts where these gods overlap, and then that's an excuse to have like a shrine that's dedicated to this concept. And then we can take tools that each god uses and put them together in puzzles, and then maybe have like a little bit of like a little sign on the shrine that the player can read. So if the player is paying attention to the lore of the game, they'll be like, oh shit, this is clearly a shrine dedicated to Tien and also this water god, so I should expect to be using those tools. If they don't do that, that's fine. They can just look at the puzzle and try to figure out what tools they need. But if they're paying attention to the lore, they get a little bit of a clue as to what they might need to solve the little challenge placed before them. The god of freedom. Now, in some ways, I feel like that fits with wind better. because birds, like wind is about movement. Birds seem so free. Like as a chud of a human having to like walk somewhere, you just watch a bird fucking like fly past you and you're like, damn, bro. Like imagine if I could travel that fucking fast. It wouldn't take 8 days to get to the next fucking city. I could be there in a day. Shit. But the way that this is a water god, like it's like the god of freedom upon the ocean, is definitely something. So the god of chains is interesting. I feel like that's kind of wrong because this is a god about like breaking chains, about the understanding that like no chain lasts forever. Things are broken and destroyed. They change. Chains try to keep things in place that shouldn't be. Sure, some thresholds are just wrong. Yeah, I feel like this god would be like a breaker of chains. Oh, you mean freedom from chains. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, so then freedom, but not necessarily of travel, like freedom of choice, I think is a cool idea. Some thresholds are temporary. Yeah. And they're kind of almost like an affront to this god. If you are trying to hold something back that you should not be holding back, you don't want this god to be paying attention to that because they're going to be like, no, fuck you. And that can mean like chaining a beast up. That could mean trying to prevent a country from turning into a democracy. It like is the idea of trying to hold something back that is destined to happen or that is natural to happen is something that this god would dislike. Each threshold is challenged and tried. That's kind of a cool... Ooh. So like... So maybe not only are they the god of thresholds, but they're also the challenger of them. Kind of like if you are a god of knowledge and intellect, you would also still challenge your beliefs. You not only value the things that you know, but you are willing to update and change them given the right situation. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, so modern day influences. I see Lego's Bionicle, and I think that was when I got out of Lego as a kid. That's when I stopped like just always wanting I just wanted like video games and Lego my whole fucking life, and then it was just like, nah, I just want video games. I'm kind of done playing with Lego. They're so expensive. But fuck, Bionicle was so cool. It's getting deep. Whoa. Unintended. Yeah, good point. Good pun. Kanaloa's impact reaches into the realm of popular culture, prominently featured in Lego's Bionicle series. He is just featured in it? His symbolism, highlighted by the distinctive pattern in his eye, known as the Akka web, or the web of life, encapsulates the profound interconnectedness that exists among all things. This symbolic representation goes beyond the confines of mythology, finding expression in traditional chants and prayers, as well as in deep respect accorded to the ocean and its diverse inhabitants. Kanaloa's influence is also evident in the reverence for the delicate equilibrium between life and death that permeates Hawaiian traditions. Cool. Cool, man. Okay, I want to know what the Akka web looks like. It's in his eye. Bionicle definitely had heavy Hawaiian influence. Yeah, for sure. I fucking loved it. If anybody's watching this and they haven't seen Bionicle stuff, they're like... They're very not Lego-y. They kind of were like all of their joints and pieces seemed more like the Lego, like the creation kits for Lego where you could like make little robots and stuff. But then they all have weird fucking masks. I remember loving all the weird different masks they had. That shit was cool. Damn. So cool. Oh, Dirk's got an image. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, all right. I'm not gonna not show this. Jesus Christ. It's fucking Davy Jones from Pirates of the Caribbean. Oh my god. That made the pun less cool. Okay, so what actually is the Akka web? It's a thing that's in his eye. No, none of this. Fucking. I just like it's a thing in this guy's eye. Show me that. How about Kanaloa? Akka web. The Eye of Kanaloa information from Huna International. Is that what it looks like? As a whole, the pattern represents the Akka web, the web of life, the symbolic connection of all things to each other. Cool. He's an octopus dead ferryman. Yeah. Yeah, he is. That is pretty relevant to what we're doing. He's kind of a dick, though. I guess in a bit of a way that the character we are creating is kind of a dick. He's vindictive. He has a strong sense of justice, but boy, you better not piss him off and expect him to just forget about it. He is gonna hunt you down. And he's not gonna forget about shit. That one time you forgot to mow your lawn as his neighbor, ooh, he's mad about it. You know he's gonna bring it up at the barbecue. Not out of nowhere, but if you start giving him shit, he's gonna be like, well, fuck you. You get mad I left my Halloween decorations out? You don't mow your fucking lawn. You make it, you're lowering my property value. Living next to a trash heap. Get your shit in order. Oh, fuck. All right, so... Ooh, the Eye of Kanaloa symbol generates subtle energy known as ki in Hawaiian. Interesting. I didn't know Hawaiian culture had that kind of concept. This energy can be used for healing, for stimulating physical and mental faculties, and for many other purposes. I do kind of want some interesting... I want to generate classes for this game. I like the way that World of Warcraft's classes all kind of have some kind of ability energy that's different. Like you have typical magic users that just have like a pool of mana that cast things. The mana goes down. It'll recover after combat, or if you drink like a mana potion. But then there's also like warriors. I think they're called warriors. Yeah. They have like a rage meter. Their abilities use rage, and they build rage when they get hurt or when they use certain abilities. So it's like they're like getting into mentally like the disposition to be in combat. That's cool. There's also rogues who they constantly generate energy. It's like every second they get like a fifth of this bar back. And so they're really focused on having this like kind of like musical cadence to their moves. They've got to really be using abilities quickly. They've got to be thinking about things ahead of time. Whereas like a magic user who has a mana bar, they can be more thoughtful about their magic use because it isn't just constantly filling up. If you're a rogue and you don't do anything for more than a few seconds, you can't get more energy back. You're wasting it. Yeah, I guess that is more like that's like a traditional barbarian in D&D. But I think in World of Warcraft they were just called warriors. But holy shit, it's been so long. I don't fucking know. It still sounds right that they were warriors, not barbarians, but they do see that does kind of line up more with a traditional barbarian as in relation to D&D. Okay, so maybe we keep this idea of ki in mind. That's cool. Okay, so I feel like we have enough to stop looking at these things. That's stuff from, oh my god, I have so many things left open from yesterday. Wow. I was like, my God, my fucking bar, all my tabs are tiny. You were thinking Diablo. Oh, yeah, sure. It also uses the multi-mana types. Yeah, it feels wrong to call them like mana types. It's almost like they're like vague energy types. I don't know. Ooh, Dirk has a suggestion. A key keeper, as everything has its flaws, and he knows it. But also don't actually use those keys actively. Okay, let's flesh this out because I do feel like this idea works. He's already kind of a god of deception, a god of changing forms. Unlocking something is like accessing a thing, changing its form to be useful. He's a god of thresholds. Unlocking something is like opening a threshold. A key is a representation of knowledge, of surpassing. Sure, yeah, that too, that like having the key to something is knowing how to use it, knowing how to change its form, knowing how to access it. And then that thing you noted about how he not actually using the keys actively, certainly a god of like corrosion and decay would know how to destroy things, but probably doesn't destroy all of the things he knows how to destroy. Hey, Silent Boy, you back from vacation, or you just checking in during the vacay? You're not back. All right. Well, shit. Just checking in. I hope you're having a good time. It sounds fucking cool. It sounds like you should just be like sitting at the beach with your feet in some sand or something. Meh. Oh no. Well, I don't know. I've been there. I've definitely been to cool places that I wasn't mentally in a place to enjoy it. Okay, we need to note. Maybe they're in the domain of keys and locks and deception. You didn't leave the island. You did the first day, but it wasn't fun. Damn. The god of those decay processing organisms. However, they're called detritivores, I believe is the term. Many mushrooms are those, worms are those, animals which feed on the dead. Yeah. Detritivore. You basically spent all your money getting to the beach. Oh. Dang, I thought most cruises it was like they had little things planned. If they got to an island, it would be like free to go do a thing, to go into town, or they would ferry you down to the beach or something. I feel like if I went on a cruise, I would want it to be like more expensive up front, so I could just forget about money and do whatever I want while I'm on the cruise. And then, like, obviously, if you wanted to like go down there and then go like parasailing or something, you'd have to pay a local place for that or something. But damn, that's brutal. That seems like it would suck a lot of the fun out of it. Today you decided to stay on the ship and watch your disabled sister. Oh, that's nice. Hopefully you can still have a good time. I hope like the weather's good. You have to choose to do that up front. Many are not all inclusive. Yeah, I would hate that. Already the idea of a cruise fills me with anxiety. But if everything went great, I feel like I could enjoy it, and I would absolutely want it to be all inclusive. That way you can give your grandmother a good time without watching her. Yeah, that seems nice. I mean, if there's nothing you want to do, that's nice to at least share the burden. That seems rude to think of it as a burden, I suppose, but you know, it's good to acknowledge that other people are doing something nice, and then maybe you can do something nice for them. That's, you know, it's a team. Hopefully, if your family's a good family, then it's like everybody's in it together. Everybody's supporting each other. Okay, we'll revisit more titles in the future, especially as we flesh out the backstory. We have so many things this person is the god of. I think that's good. Durg, I think before visuals, we might need a little bit more personality. I feel like we don't have like a real personality. We have some very extreme things that I feel like is making this person a stereotype. You know? I don't know. It's true, but your grandmother always has to take care of her. Yeah, that kind of sucks. It's her responsibility and you want to take the load off her as well. Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, you know, that part's nice. That does suck to, especially if it's a burden, then, like if it's something your grandmother always has to do and it's not like she's like insisting on doing it, that could kind of suck. I feel like families that have disabled members, can kind of just force one member of the family to do a lot of the work. And like that, I don't know, that sucks. If it's not willing, if they're not willing to do it, if they don't get a break from it, that can suck. You're working on your lore stuff too? Nice. Well, I mean, yes, then that's like, that should be good. You got time to be productive. How about instead of shape-shifting, it's possession? Ooh, no. No, that doesn't feel right. I feel like the combination, like the idea that this is like a water god that is like deceptive. I feel like the fluidity of shape-shifting fits so well with being a god of the water. I like it being shape-shifting for sure. Now, that's not to say we couldn't have possession too. That is in a way a part of deception. Like maybe tricking someone into thinking they want to do something, and in that way you're controlling them, taking that to an extreme. But nah, I think shapeshifting is good. It's also because she doesn't live with them. Your sister doesn't live with your parents. They help out, but they don't understand how hard it is to take care of someone with a disability. Yeah, damn, that sucks. That seems lame. That is one of the many reasons I don't want children, is even if they're not disabled, like, boy, they need so much care and attention and help to flourish into a fully functional human being, and I can barely manage to take care of me. Actually, I don't take care of me. I would say I get 80% of the way there. Maybe I get there 100% on some days, and that feels good. But most of the time, nah. Okay, I need some personality traits for this person. They are extremely vindictive, but they are accepting of flaws. They have a strong sense of justice. They're mysterious. They are a teacher of magic. What kind of person would this be? They seem like they would be, honestly, a little bit similar to Kree, where they're like stern but forgiving. But maybe there's a different way to interpret these. And to interpret these personality aspects that we've already decided on. Kind of want this person to be different than Kree. You live with your grandmother. Your mother passed away and her father walked away. Damn, dude, that sucks. Well, that is even nicer of you to help your grandmother out. Oh shit, wait, damn, I banned that person before looking at the link they sent. Yesterday, a bot sent us a link that said we could get good Twitch viewers on ictits.com. Oof. that link might have been funny too. Oh well. The time has passed. Damn, I feel like the other gods, their personalities kind of just came out. But now that we already have 2 gods with personalities, I don't want to overlap too much. I do feel like this person, perhaps maybe not a trickster, but this person might be like a little bit silly and immature. And maybe that comes through in the fact that they're vindictive. And also their strong sense of justice. Maybe they feel like the world is not as fair as it should be. And that is part of their difficulty with maturing. Oh, Crazy Pants has the link. Their link was Gasig of a Mold Removal Los Angeles. .online/Pels. Okay, have they been hired by a mold removal company to try and put traffic on their site, and the mold removal company doesn't know how they're going to do it? That's hilarious and weird. We might look that up in a moment. You've been working on your 2 unknown species characters named Eletri and Z. Eletri's a psychopathic woman who loves to shapeshift. Hey, we're working on a shapeshifter. Loves to shapeshift and murder. Whoa. That's funny. I specifically talked about how I want shapeshifters to be represented as not just completely evil. And they're so often they're murderers. I guess because they'd be good at it, right? Z's more of a modest woman. It doesn't help that Z and Eletri are also royalty. Ooh, fancy. Oh, Dirk, you have a comment about the possession thing. You say possession because it's a lot about people taking justice into their own hand, but also pulling on people's shadows. Oh, that's a cool metaphorical way to represent that. Damn, I like shape-shifting and potentially even impersonating someone, but I don't feel like possession is right. Oh my god, Team Worm, you actually went to the link, you fucking madman. Well, it also 404'd. What is this world? What are these bots doing? It's so strange. Okay, back at least for a moment to personality. So perhaps the view of this person is that they are not fully matured. And maybe that's kind of reflected in like they don't know how they want to be portrayed, so they're like a shapeshifter. And so maybe it's like they have a sense of justice, but they have trouble accepting injustice. Or how about they have trouble accepting the unjust state of the world. And perhaps their like silliness is a coping mechanism. Or their disdain of the world's lack of justice. It's a much wordier explanation as to who they are. But I feel like that paints an interesting picture of a character. So the way that they're immature is they have not yet accepted the world. They yearn for the world to be more righteous. They have trouble accepting its flaws. But they know they must. And so much of their viewpoint is that they need to accept those things, but it's hard for them. It's like that is the crux of the point at which they could mature. That might work. No, it does go somewhere. Oh, because you didn't have the Pels thing. Sure. Sure. Okay, so the full link actually does go somewhere. All right, all right. One of your characters is modest and isn't very kind, but she has a strong sense of honor. Yeah, that's believable. I feel like that's a character people aren't really gonna like. Having a strong sense of honor, but also being like a dick, kind of just makes it seem like you like the fact that you're on top of this hierarchy, which is that's certainly believable. She knows a lot of magic, which makes her the stronger of the two. It makes sense because she's older. Yeah, sure. Okay, any other character traits? I feel like I need a little bit more working. Like maybe it is a bit contradictory that part of their personality is the accepting of flaws, but that they have trouble extending that to the world. So perhaps actually they do accept the world's flaws, but they're not completely comfortable with that. And so then they do use like silliness still as a coping mechanism for the fact that they dislike those things. They accept them, they dislike them, they wish to change them. Yeah, that could work. Silly and immature, but the most coordinated under stress. Okay, so why would that be? So perhaps it's like because they're so focused on the world and its lack of justice, they're always I don't know, they're always in this mindset of like things need to change, things need to improve, we need to get things done. And so they're kind of already stressed out. It's self-insert. Oh my god. Maybe it is. Shit. I don't know if I'm coordinated under stress. Maybe at times. Okay. Hypervigilance probably also a good description. We can't control everything. We should be methodic about what we can. Okay, does that go along with this character? Yeah. I feel like it's like really hard to actually get at who this character is as a person. I feel like we're thinking about how they respond to things in a general sense. I guess silly and immature is enough. Is enough. I don't know. Silent Boy, what did you say? Z and Elytri are from a different world. They were taken away after the citizen. Even their parents believed they were working under the influence of the silencer. The all cap silencer thing is... It's a thing that I do when I'm using keywords for concepts. It's funny to see someone else do it. Of the silencer, the queen of the dimension known as the Void. So they put them in a dimension hopper machine, whoa, and sent them to Chow Island. That sounds like some Sonic shit. Which is the place where your D&D world is. Cool. Well, when they were 2 to 3 years old. They got banished when they were 2 to 3 years old? Brutal. Okay, no, actually, Elytri was 2, but Z's around 8. Yeah, that sucks. Damn. Damn. Maybe they mature faster than humans would. That's all you're going to talk about so I don't get distracted. Thank you. Thank you. It is cool to hear about what you're working on. It can be difficult when I'm also trying to produce something as well. He must have an ability to wait. Ooh, that's interesting. So like kind of this, like I feel like the I don't know, like the Grand Canyon was carved by a river flowing, and like given enough time, a river can wear away anything. So like you can view water as dynamic and changing, but you can also view it as patient. Does that? So let's like restate these. He's silly. He's immature. But he's also patient. How those kind of things seem opposed. See, an Elytri take 15 years to age once. Wait, what does that mean? Like to become adults? Or after 15 years, they're like a 1-year-old? Shit. That's more confusing than a Durg statement. But more confusing than a non-spell-checked Durg statement. How do these things exist together? How is someone both immature and patient? It seems like patience is a kind of maturity. Maybe instead of immature, like angst, like they accept the flaws of the world, but it has made them kind of sad and jaded. Maybe just jaded. They're disillusioned, but still patient. Because then that's like a more specific kind of it's not even like immaturity anymore. It's, I guess, maybe this overlaps with the maturity a little bit, because I feel like these feelings happen to teenagers as they begin to understand that the world kind of sucks. And that, at least for me and for a lot of my friends, was a difficult part of growing up, is you realize, like, the adults don't have shit figured out, and they're never gonna have shit figured out, and then eventually you're gonna be expected to be part of them. And you're also gonna never figure shit out. And that kind of sucks. Daydreaming. He created dreams as a way to cope with reality. Whoa. Ooh. Or, so maybe, okay, so dreams are going to be a big part of this story, and I don't know about giving him dreams as a whole. Sleep is seen as death, and vice versa in some cultures. Ooh. So how about like a certain kind of dream? Maybe like dreams like dreams that inspire change. Perhaps. Because this person is about like breaking things down and the threshold between things. Relieving dreams as well. So how about dreams that inspire change or relief? So yeah, I think inspiration as a whole is definitely for Kree. But what about like if you are trying how about like if you are trying to deny that something needs to change, this god will inspire you to confront that. And then if you do confront it, then the dreams you have will offer relief. So, so like dreams that confront, like dreams that confront denial or a need for change and relief, and then dreams of relief. Okay, hold on. Let's change this. Let's call them dreams for change. No, because it's like, okay, if you deny something that needs to happen in your life, this god is about breaking down and getting past those things. And so then it is about like overcoming denial and offering relief of acceptance. Perhaps. There's probably a much better escapism if relief is not possible. So then perhaps that's still like, that's part of accepting it. So like, let's say you are trying to deny that there's injustice in the world. You are, I don't know, you're like some nobleman and you try to pretend that bad things happen to bad people and good things happen to good people, but the reason that you're in a nice, privileged station in life is because you did good things and you deserve it, and the people who have bad lives, it's because they did bad things and they deserve it. So perhaps then you would be visited by dreams that try to make you confront that lie. And then once you accept that, like, okay, actually the world is kind of a shitty place, you would be visited with dreams of like having that be okay. That like that's the way things are, and that gives us something to strive for and improve. And the world as a whole is still wonderful and beautiful, but there are things to be done, and it is wrong to just sit by in a position of privilege. I feel like that could kind of work. Acceptance of pain or painkillers? Whoa. Those are two like opposite things, right? One is like painkillers is like you're denying the pain, you're masking yourself from it. I don't know. Oh shit. Also, okay, wait, hold on. Distracted by something. We have mother as titles because I wrote them before. Let's do like maybe father of tides. Okay. So But he masks things. Ooh, that is an interesting point. So maybe not being the god of painkillers, that's a little bit on the nose. But perhaps like the god of masking things in general. Because they're a god of because he's a god of deception. That like kind of the acceptance that if you can't heal something, you can at least hide from it temporarily. And while that might not be the best choice sometimes, or it's not the ideal choice, but part of this god is accepting the flaws of a situation. And so sometimes maybe that's the best you can do. There may be no acceptance, learning from those who do not accept. Whoa. Well, I feel like those people would be visited by dreams from this god. They would have a not great time until they accepted whatever truths they were denying. The painkiller thing was just an example, sure. Yeah, okay, I like that idea. Just as a more general thing. So they're very... This person seems very practical. A patron of things temporal. Like limited time things, like beauty. Ooh. He won't preserve it, whoa. So like appreciating these things, but understanding that they change. It's a cool idea. Also interesting for the god of corrosion to appreciate those things. The things that will naturally corrode, right? Like that makes sense that they're like death is a part of life. Things must change. You can't be beautiful forever, but it's pretty sweet to be beautiful. Okay. So I think I want to rephrase these as some buts. Buts. So he's like jaded but practical. So I like these two things being together, like they're disillusioned to the world, they're kind of depressed or sad about the world. But that comes with the fact that they accept the world's flaws. And they know things must change. Part of being the god of water and decay is knowing that things must change so they could get better. And so in that knowing that things must change, they think the best thing to do is to always be practical. To do the best you can with what you've got. So maybe we can take out disillusion. That's just a synonym for jaded. Okay, so then we can take out silliness, and I don't think we want them to be immature. And so maybe we'll say that they're a passionate teacher. They understand the practicality of teaching. Because things decay, knowledge must be passed on. They are also mysterious. They know how to play political games. They know to be cautious, to hold your cards close to your chest. It's a quote. What is this quote? Caduceus. May I say before you go, I think perhaps you are one of the most powerful mages that I've ever had the pleasure to be in the presence of. And for this, I would offer a gift. I think it has been a long time since anyone has pointed out to you that you are a fool. Pain doesn't make people, it's love that makes people. The pain is inconsequential. It is love that saves them. And you would know that, but you have none around you. You said so yourself. You surround yourself with lies and deceptions, and I wish for you in the future to find someone who will mourn you when you are gone. Respectfully. Damn, dude. What a fucking burn. Oof. Ooh. That is probably the fucking most brutal way to tell somebody that, like, nobody loves them. Whew. Good quote. God damn. Okay. Okay, so let's take out patient. I think let's start the personality section off with these things. Silly, jaded but practical, patient. They're a dreamer. They're a passionate teacher. They are mysterious. And then they are extremely vindictive. But also accepting of flaws. And they have a strong sense of justice. They are coordinated under stress and are hypervigilant. All right. It's from Critical Role, damn. It's a good quote. Even better if it was just thought up during an improv session. It's one of your favorites. I've tried to watch Critical Role a few times. It's too... I hate to say this, but it's like too cringy for me. It's almost amazing, but it's a little bit too, like, silly cringy for me to get into. There's a... Shoot, who's the guy? Oh no, I can't remember the guy's name. There's a thing called Dimension 20. I like the guy who DMs Dimension 20 much better. I think he does a much better like it's less cringy. It's like cool in a way that it doesn't make me feel like, oh, this is awkward and weird. Brendan Lee Mulligan, that sounds right. That sounds right. I watch a ton of his YouTube shorts and YouTube videos, and then occasionally try to watch actual Dimension 20 stuff. Oh, he DM'd for Critical Role? I thought it was always Matthew Mercer. Who is, like, Matt Mercer is, like, an amazing actor, also just seems like a genuinely good human being. Oh shit, Team Worm loves Brendan Lee Mulligan. Yeah, it seems like he's like you can just fucking tell if you watch any of Brendan's videos. He's like, it just has this like magnetic personality. I don't know. Interesting. He did their Calamity series. It's about the mythical cities era. That sounds cool. When Gods Walked Exandria. Ooh, that sounds cool too. Damn. Sounds like it would be weird to DM that. Are the players gods? Oof. Shit sounds like it would get out of hand real quick. Okay, we need a visual description. Oh god, we need a name too. Ooh. Okay, so... So perhaps because this person is a shapeshifter, perhaps their, maybe their form reflects their, like their emotional state. Like sometimes they are youthful, tall, thin, strong. Sometimes they are old, wise. Maybe not weak. Maybe. Sometimes they look old, wise, and weak. Maybe there's a better term for weak. Like they're... Oof. I need like neutral, like not strong. Not weak, but not strong. Just like neutral. Fragile. Ooh, a cloak with like eyes and shadow. Yeah, that's an interesting idea. He is a god of deception. Yeah, I think maybe we'll do fragile. Or, how about just like wiry? Like like sometimes some people, this is gonna be a weird example. There's a guy who's in a group of streamers named Daniel Bloodworth. He is so tall. When I look at his arms, I'm like, your arms are just gonna break. Like, how are they so long? You're such a tall human being. Please don't just like break apart. I would describe him as like wiry. So maybe that's when this guy is like feeling very disillusioned with the world, or when he is really feeling his age. Perhaps he looks like an old man who's like that, like just so skinny, thin, still a little muscular, but still so like skinny and thin that you're like, oh dude, you're just like, surely you're gonna just break an arm. Hi, Greg. Oh yeah, girl, get that stretch. Greg Pekin, yeah. She's so cute. She's being so good. What have you linked me, Dirg? This is only his box. The sheep you asked for is inside. That's exactly the way I wanted it. Chapter 2, The Little Prince. Like, it's about the cloak. Okay, so it's concealing what is within. Okay. Maybe the diffuser's working. Ooh, maybe. We bought a pheromone diffuser called Fellaway that is supposed to mimic the smells that cats smell around their mother. Some weird thing like that, which is supposed to chill them out. So yeah, maybe it's working. Okay, so yeah, since this is a god of deception, I love the idea of a cloak. Especially a cloak that just like helps him transform. Like if he goes to turn into a wave to crash into you, he's gonna like bring the cloak in front of him and then morph into a fucking wave. Okay. So we'll start with that. Cloaked, eyes hidden, or partially, eyes partially hidden. So you can still kind of see what's going on, but never fully. You never fully know. And yeah, we have Wise, similar to Wizened. I think there is a character from Magic the Gathering named Teferi, who is he's like an incredibly gifted magician, a gifted mage. At some point he becomes a planeswalker, but before he's a planeswalker, who these demigods are very similarly modeled after planeswalkers. They are people who ascend beyond their physical form. Their physical form now mirrors their mental idea of themselves. They can look however they want. Destroying their physical form does not necessarily destroy them. Before he becomes a planeswalker, he's like a very gifted student at an academy, but he's kind of a little shitbag. He plays pranks and he is he knows, he's cocky. He knows how smart he is. And I like the idea of that like you look at this guy and you know he's intelligent, but you know he's not telling you everything. Um, don't know a way to describe that. And it wouldn't be part of how his form reflects his emotional state. I want him to always look like this. Maybe he has like a wistful, or he has like a playful, he has like intelligent or mischievous eyes. Like he looks like he's always up to something, and it's because he's always processing what he should tell you, what he knows. He keeps secrets, although generally he means well, and he seeks justice for himself and the world. He is also very cautious. He plays the political games. And you can tell that by looking at him. And perhaps a bit of it is frustrating that he is cocky. And I like the idea, this is a visual description, but also part of his personality. He is still very practical and patient, but he's perhaps a bit too confident in himself. And the thing is that the frustrating thing about him is that his confidence is almost always reasonable because he's so capable, he's so successful, he's intelligent. That is his like part of his jadedness is understanding that though he is intelligent and powerful, it's never enough. And so he must always work with people to achieve his goals, but his goals are endless. There will always be justice to met out to people who are committing injustice, to people who are committing wrongs. But generally, the problems he tries to solve, he's very capable of solving. And it's a nuisance. It's a nuisance the way that he always feels like he's got the answer. Dried with big keyring? Okay, the keyring, yeah, like he has like a magic keys. He just has like a keyring that seems to always have the key that he needs. That's fun. What about... I think because he's inspired by like Vietnamese stuff, we should maybe think about the way they represent people as being like always like stately and put together. Wonder, like, perhaps he always... I was gonna say maybe he always smells nice. That is, I feel like part of the like this Vietnamese representation of gods as being very like stately and noble. But that's not a visual description. You started writing the idea but forgot and then resumed with keys. Okay, yeah, for sure. Maybe a key ring with keys formed into a crown. Whoa. Okay, that's cool, but I feel like it kind of goes against the practicality of this person. I like the idea of having a keyring that kind of just always forms into what he needs. It just seems to have like thousands of keys on it, and he can always pull out the one that he needs for whatever situation. But I don't know about the idea of it being a crown. That does kind of lean into stateliness. Ooh. Is there something else? Is there something else he could have that is like a sign of nobility or stateliness? Because I feel like a crown goes too far beyond practicality. and this person is practical. Although they also play the political game, so if they thought it would make them look good. A scepter. Ooh, that's kind of cool. I feel like it's a little bit close to Kree having that cool shepherd's axe. But a water mage with a scepter is very cool. Ooh. Oh, maybe. Okay, it's better than the crown. Something like a monocle would be too silly. A necklace is a little bit like it's too frivolous. A mirror. Okay, now I am remembering, this is a little bit unrelated. We did give Kree a mirror shield. That might be a problem. We might need to take that from Kree and give it to this person. Since they are a god of reflections and water. Them just having a mirror. I want it to be like, I don't know, like why, what would they use it for? How would it look? What kind of a mirror? Like a little pocket mirror? Would the scepter itself have a mirror on it? I feel like perhaps as we flesh out their backstories, we can come up with, like as we build a creation myth and I think as we do the creation myth, we're going to come up with things that actually happened and then the like mythological representation of those things. And then we may give these characters more tools or change their appearance based on the actions they take during the creation myth. A mirror necklace, maybe even a broken one. That's cool. A necklace is a bit frivolous, but a broken mirror necklace sounds very cool. It will face those who look at them, who look at him. Ooh. Yeah, that's fucking cool. And perhaps it might not always reflect that, it might not always be the person's true reflection, but perhaps like how this god sees them. So maybe if you're like talking to this god and you're being like an asshole, you'll look at yourself and see yourself in the mirror being an asshole. Maybe he'll in the reflection you see how this god wants you to think of yourself. So if like I said, if he thinks you're being an asshole, you'll look in the mirror and you'll see yourself and be like, damn, I'm being an asshole. I look like an asshole. Shit. Or perhaps somebody who needs encouragement, who like a student who doesn't think they can achieve something, they would look at themselves in the mirror and see themselves being like strong and confident, and maybe like give them hope that they can succeed. That could be cool. I like the idea of the thing needs a purpose. What else might visually describe this person? I really like the way that they're going to switch physical states. We have someone who switches emotional states. Tien switches emotional states. But I like the way that this person's visual state will change. They might look like a strapping, capable young man when they need to, or when they're feeling like it, but then at other times they'll look like an old wizened man I think that's a good thing, a good reminder that like these characters are actually hundreds of years old, but in some ways they're still immature, because becoming an immortal or a near immortal, having more power than most people could ever dream of, it kind of prevents you from maturing in a lot of ways, because you don't have to deal with a lot of the harsh realities of the world. You can kind of avoid a lot of the problems associated with the negatives of society or the negatives of reality. You don't necessarily age. You don't have to be afraid of war or people mistreating you. Except other gods. Like, sure, another god might be able to pull one over on you or defeat you, but most of the people you interact with will be much weaker than you. That might be enough. I do feel like this is a bit stereotypical, like a cloaked figure whose eyes are hidden. They seem like such a typical little like sneaky rogue guy with their magic key ring and a mirror necklace for trickery. A paintbrush? Oh, that's a fun idea. A paintbrush as a scepter. Ooh. So then that would mean that they're an artist, but what is special about this paintbrush? Is it a weapon or a tool? Like is this like Looney Tunes style? He could paint a tunnel and then actually go through it. Like it's a tool that he uses to reshape the world. Because he's the artist of thresholds and the inventor of language. Ooh, yeah, that's kind of cool. Yeah, he passes through barriers. The keys are for going through things. The brush is for division. Yeah, I feel like in a way they could both be for going through different kinds of things. And then the brush itself, I feel like could have all sorts of abilities. Abilities related to deception. Abilities, yeah, sure, related to division, like dividing things in half. All right. I like this idea, and a big portion of it is because that guy in Hollow Knight has a fucking has a paintbrush weapon, and it's just so fucking cool. All right, I would like to come up with maybe maybe he should have like tattoos, or I want to look at like some visuals of Hawaiian gods. What are some things that they typically have? Maybe... Okay, having a crazy weird like headdress thing is a bit impractical. Are there any other traits we could maybe go with? Okay, so it looks like Lono has like an ornate like patterns on his little his lower little skirt thing. Yeah, I think also like body art, like tattoos of some kind would be very cool. And maybe even temporary ones that he applies with his paintbrush. He buffs himself. Shit, didn't mean to click on you. I'm sorry. Take me back. Take me back. Writing of forbidden knowledge. Ooh, shit, on his body? I feel like maybe that could be an interesting, like, even though he's the god of deception, writing forbidden knowledge on his body makes it accessible to other people, so it's almost like he's standing in the face of that idea. That, like, knowledge shouldn't actually be forbidden. At least that specific knowledge. Since he is about deception, some knowledge should be forbidden. This is a very cute picture. Oh, and this looks freaking cool. Ooh. Okay, so... say that he has, like, tattoos / body art. Maybe that art contains knowledge. And then, he has ornate patterns on his clothing. Hawaiian patterns. Maybe we can make an interesting blend of Hawaiian patterns and, like, and Vietnamese. Look at some of their, like, stately dresses and things for their like, traditional garb and combine that with some patterns that, like, traditional Hawaiian patterns. Could be a cool fusion. He's the threshold that divides knowledge from the world. Anything that's written on him cannot be reproduced. Whoa. Whoa. I don't know how we would use that. That is fucking cool, though. Perhaps... I like the idea of the tattoos being, like, knowledge that he thinks should not be kept from people. And the way that he is acknowledging that is by putting it on him so that everyone can see it. The knowledge of how to kill gods, whoa. Yeah, I feel like he wouldn't want to put that on his body. I don't know. That doesn't seem right. I like the idea of it being, like, knowledge for all. Whoops. Things that he thinks everyone should know are just visible on his body. Ooh, and perhaps even things that you should know. Perhaps people see meaning in his tattoos. So, like, if you looked at his tattoos, you might see, I don't know, like, you would see a picture that makes you think, like, oh, shoot, I need to be nicer to my neighbor or something. He's not the god of books, but he is actually a book. Oh, my God. In a way, sure. And honestly, being the god of writing, the, like, creator of language, I suppose. I guess it was writing specifically? And that's part of why he's got the paintbrush. I feel like that does sort of mean you're basically the god of books. Maybe not exactly, but it's pretty close. Probably currently the closest. Maybe him or Tian, the nature god, who the actual materials for the book would come from. All right, I feel like this makes him visually a bit more fleshed out. It's the god of stories. Ooh, that's fun. Especially because stories can contain truths or deceptions. You can use stories to tell lies or to disseminate truth. And histories. Honestly, then if it... Ooh. I guess history could just be oral. I feel like we are getting closer and closer to making him the god of books. Okay, so we're not going to make him a merman. I still like the idea that, like, using power makes him look corroded. That is very cool. And him being a shapeshifter and preferring an octopus form while in the water is cool. And then we'll focus on the color black for, like, accents. Not a wizard god of books? Wait, hold on, what? You what now? I put books with a question mark. Like, maybe. And you know what? I feel like Father of Mermen, ooh, it's so specific, but I guess, yeah, they are tricksters. So, okay, yeah, we'll keep that. Okay, I need effects. Things that this guy does. So definitely controls the tide. For good or bad. Depending on whether you have his wrath or his blessing. Maybe also, like, affects water cleanliness. Cleanse, / contaminate. Water, depending. Ooh, pests. So, I think we'll say, like, pests, oh my god, / disease, right? Kind of all of those things that can get out of balance, they can be a nuisance, but they can also be controlled. And generally, when those things are a nuisance, it's a sign of imbalance. Ooh, speaking through the deceased. Yeah, that's a cool ability. I don't know. So that's like definitely like a power he might have. Maybe speaking to / with the deceased. I don't know if that's going to be like a subtle effect of his. Also, how did I do this? Yeah, we just made it a long list. Okay. So maybe the effect might be, oh, through diseased. Oh my god. You misspelled it, but you were one letter off from 2 different words. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah. Interesting. Speak through the disease. Through the diseased. So, like those hallucinogenic high temp speeches, like somebody gets a fever and then they're like delirious and they think they see things. Ooh, how do we say that? Shit, and also I still think that's more of like his that's more of a power. Not an effect. These are like good and bad things that just naturally happen when he's around, but not that he does to people. Well, no, it's like because he could intentionally raise or lower the tides, but also if you have his blessing without him even thinking about it, really, without him directing his attention, the tides are going to be better for you. If you need them to be like violent, if you need a flood to come, the tide will come in and bring a flood. If you don't need it, they won't. So I still feel like that would be more of a power. That would be more something he's very actively, intentionally doing for some reason. What is beyond return erodes faster. Whoa. That sounds like a philosophical statement. So, what has hope retreats from decay. Okay, so like, yeah, like if someone's ill and they're going to die, they will die faster. But if someone's ill and they're going to recover, they will recover faster. So maybe just like faster results. illness leads to death more painlessly or leads to a faster recovery? Ooh, more certainty. Okay, I feel like that needs to specifically be within the realm of illness. Or we need to be specific about the ways in which it brings certainty, because I kind of feel like that is the point of the influence of all of these gods, is that they make the world more certain in the ways that the people who worship them or the people who have their favor, the ways they want. And in the ways that are related to their powers, right? Like it's always got to be related to their powers. So like, what the hell else? So I mean, like obviously, like more favorable, like rain. If you need more rain, it'll come. If you need less rain, it'll go away. High risk, high reward. Ooh, is that something? Is that something we want to do? It sounds like he's a gambling god now. That seems like a place that this person could occupy. So maybe like encourages risk and reward. Maybe having his blessing means that your risks are more likely to work out. That's a fun idea. Especially in relation to like guiding you across the sea, or what else? I guess trying to find the answer to something. He wants you to be able to choose so your choices are more likely to be successful. Better grasp of concept in learning or art? Yeah, I think the way that Kree lends practical knowledge and practical inspiration, this god would give you those same things, but within like learning and art, like academic learning. So I think we just copy this idea: invention, inspiration, and mastery. Come on, give me that eye. Give me that. There it is. Gotcha. Need a space. Invention, inspiration, and mastery of academics and art. Also, that kind of makes me feel like maybe part of this person's personality is that they are not a hedonist, but they like really want to enjoy life. Which I think kind of has them overlapping with Kree, understanding the flow of life and change, understanding that things are limited. Like Kree is a romantic and prolific lover. So I guess that's not a full overlap. I guess this maybe this person is just more maybe like they try to enjoy all the pleasures of life to counterbalance the bad things. Maybe that is how they view life, that because there are so many things they can't fix, they should really enjoy the things that are good. And I feel like that really goes along with being like appreciating art, helping artists. Like a lot of the value of art is it doesn't help you survive, but it brings richness to life that makes life worth living. Yeah, definitely appreciating. But I think the escapism is also a good aspect of it, right? I think escapism and appreciation kind of go together. He's not only... I misspelled appreciation, really. Not only trying to hide from the pain of not being able to fix the world, but also thinking, well, if I can't fix the world, I should really appreciate the things that are here. And then those thoughts, by extension, also lead to being like a patron of arts. Ooh, deception for good reason. That's a cool thing. Okay, so hold on. Where the hell did we put deception? You know what? I'm just going to add it to the end. Justified deception is cool. So then, and then maybe that would be an effect. Like justified deception is more likely to succeed. If you are lying for good reason, then you will be more likely to succeed with this God's blessing. Seems like kind of a cool twist. Ooh, a god of revolutions. Okay, that might be a little bit far, but certainly the like they would spark revolutions. They would spark change. They're a catalyst. Maybe how about we'll just say, I guess that's a description of them. That's a domain. We'll describe them as they are a catalyst for change. That kind of goes along with them being the like god of thresholds. A breaker of chains. And so then maybe they're kind of... I guess this kind of goes with risk versus reward. They're kind of like the god of like smart gambles. They're not the god of gambling in general, but a god of like of taking the risk that is calculated and intelligent. It's time to change things that are begging to be changed. A catalyst for needed change. Yeah, good point. Good point. Oh god, it's 3:43. No. We're okay. We'll go a little over. I might have to go pee, but we'll go over. Sparks needed change. And we'll say like breaks chains. And this might not always be good. This might be like it might be that like somebody needs to die. They don't want to die, but I don't know, them being alive is a bad thing. Like, okay, this is a weird example, but there are problems with giraffes because old male giraffes are too good at like taking over territory, and then it leads to the giraffe gene pool not being diverse enough because they just like kick out all the young males or kill them. And so then the giraffe gene pool suffers. So it's like, well, actually getting rid of some of the older giraffes is like a good thing for everybody and might be the difference between a species surviving and not. So something like that. It's good or bad depending on the point of view. Yeah, and I think the idea is it's something that needs to happen for events to move forward, for the world to move forward. And whether that is good or bad obviously would depend on your point of view. If you're the person that needs to die, it's bad for you. And maybe, yeah, I guess maybe it's not that you need to die. It's that you need to change what you're doing. And if you don't, then your death might become the easiest route toward moving the world forward, toward continuing the world on its changing path. And at least in this god's mind, change is for the good. Most changes should be for the good. Otherwise, there's no hope for life. Otherwise, life is just going to get worse and worse. It counteracts stagnation. Yeah, that's an interesting... maybe even prevents or counteracts stagnation. Okay, so that might be enough for effects. That might be enough cool shit. Is there anything else that's just a quick... They help things change. Yeah, I think the like invention, inspiration, and mastery of things, that's so powerful. And then also like controlling water, controlling the tides, controlling the rain. Those things are incredibly powerful. I want to make sure that each god has kind of a reason that people would honor them or pray to them, would leave them offerings or value them. And so that seems good enough. Okay, so we gotta get to his powers. Okay, so obviously, like controlling water, floods, tidal waves. That's pretty obvious. Maybe like pulling you under the water. These are all things that this god might do if he was mad at you or was battling with you. Wither opponents. That's cool. Oh, drain water from you. Oh my god. That's horrifying. Oh, and yeah, you know what? I do feel like, looking back, I don't know if we have enough corrosion things. I think we might need to revisit. We have a lot of things about death and deception, but not a lot about like poison and acid and breaking things down. There's a lot of metaphor there, but not a lot of literal things. And so I think we might need to add that like their domain being maybe like destructive alchemy. Acids, explosions, poisons. Those things seem important. Certainly. Yeah, poisonous animals as well. Especially water ones. Definitely. Bodily juices, whoa, bro. Whoa. And we should say poisonous / venomous. There is a difference. I don't remember what it is. Yeah, I don't know about bodily fluids. That gets a little bit, a little bit out of the corrosion zone. The bodily fluids that cause destruction, sure. But I don't know about bodily fluids in general. And so then maybe in addition to his visual description, he should have, he carries like all sorts of potions / bottles. Yeah. Okay. So then now I think we can jump back. I don't don't know if his effects should really be related to poisons and things, his subtle influence, but his weapons, the things that he would summon. Oh, maybe dried spiders and snakeheads. Whoa. Now that does move a little bit away from water than being dried. Okay, yeah, I don't know if we need to explicitly state that, but I feel like any kind of alchemy ingredients would be associated with this person. If they're used for hostile things or for deception. Either for breaking things down or deceiving people. Or even like embalming fluid, I guess, to like help care for the dead. Those kinds of things I feel like would be loosely associated. Oh, that's an interesting power. Yeah. They can cause like sleep or illusions. Yeah, that's cool. We already have that they can show you visions of death. That's a very specific thing. And they can speak to... They can speak to or through the dead or those who are like feverishly ill. Okay, we need ways that water and corrosion meet. Ooh, make the ground wet and sink under your legs. So like creating mud by using water. That's cool. With controlling water, I guess we can also say that just like maybe like a water spout, like a bunch of water shooting up from the ground. Ooh, yeah, okay, so not just creating mud, but also creating like a bog. Yeah, that gets more into, I made a new window. Nope, meant to hit Control B, not Control T. That gets more into corrosion. Ooh, forced aging. Oh my god. I feel like, hold on, the withering you by draining your water, but that also would like weaken you. That is kind of a combination of corrosion and water, for sure. And I feel like this is kind of, I think, covered in forced aging, right? Like, in any way making you weaker would be good. Okay, shoot. You know what? Okay, I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Then we will finish this. It'll probably take like 20 minutes to finish. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Create mist to conceal and or carry harm. Okay, so yeah, definitely, first off, definitely poison mist, for sure. For sure, that is a great combo of water and corrosion. Interesting, a concealing mist. Certainly goes with a deception and water. Do we count? I guess we count that as still like both things. Ooh, traveling through reflections is cool. How would that help you though? Like you could have like a pool of water in one place and a pool of water in another place, and you could like jump in from one pool to the other. So otherwise, if you traveled through a reflection, you'd just be on the other side. You'd be in the mirror world, and everything's basically the same. But yeah, I think like water portals could be cool. What else? Maybe... Okay, so corrosion is just like a general weakening of things, but it's also specifically poison. So we could focus on that. Like, you could not only make a poison mist, but like maybe like poison puddles. They're like an area of poison water. Poison water puddles / area. Maybe just poison water. Ooh, and maybe even like potentially an explosion of poison water. Like get an enemy wet and also poison them at the same time. That could be cool. Might have to revisit interactions to be able to make sure that that can work out effectively. Create salted crystals? Or grow them. Whoa. Oh, that's a weird idea. What would you use that for? Like an attack? Like stabbing people with crystals? I don't know if that's really like water. I guess it's like salt water. I don't know. I'm not vibing with that one that much. Intercept change. So essentially basically like a counterspell. That's a fun idea. And that kind of gets at the idea of a threshold. What about the other way? What about making something happen? Like, what if something misses or fails, but you could make it happen anyway? It's like the opposite of a counterspell. A counterspell stops something from happening. What if you took something that was naturally going to fail and make it succeed? Maybe like re-rolling? I don't know. Salt is painful on wounds. Yeah, and I guess being the god of water and then being the god of the ocean, that does kind of become a thing. You then are kind of the god of salty water. That could be like a psychological thing. Could mess with you psychologically. Could like salt someone's wounds. Damn, that's a rude fucking thing to do. Oh, I think one thing, like melting a lock. Like not only would he have many keys, but if he doesn't have the key, he can probably just melt the lock away. using corrosion abilities. Silvery barbs. Is that... I guess the barbs could be like poisonous. I don't know. It's about re-rolling. It's from D&D. Okay, let's look it up. What a weird name. It does not immediately evoke re-rolling to me. Let's see. You magically distract the triggering creature and turn its momentary uncertainty into encouragement for another creature. The triggering creature must re-roll the d20 and use the lower roll. You can then choose a different creature you see within range. The chosen creature has advantage on the next attack roll, ability check, or saving throw it makes within 1 minute. Whoa, what a weird spell. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, the name doesn't really make sense to me. But that's cool. You're like shifting advantage. I think that could kind of be included in re-rolling, but we are looking for like specific abilities here. One of the most hated spells among DLCs? To me, DLC means downloadable content. What does that mean? I think we can also have like acid clouds and acid explosions. Acid is incredibly reactive with water, so that could be a good way to unite the two. Oh, as in the X. Okay, it is one of the most hated spells that's in the DLC. Okay, in the extra content. It's not literally downloadable because it's in a book, although I guess you could download a digital version of the book. Okay, I got you. Back to God. Indeed. Oh yeah, whirlpools for sure. That's a fun. Actually, let's put that up. With controlling water. It's definitely fun. Oh, an ink cloud. Yeah, some of these I don't know whether to bold them. Melting locks, no, that's really just corrosion. The ink cloud is interesting because it's kind of like the deception, like the darker part of life, which kind of relates to corrosion. It's not a really strong example of both things, but I think it's worth bolding that. Probably like summoning creatures, right? That's probably going to be a typical thing that a lot of these gods can do. Being able to summon sea or poison creatures. I guess at times that would be both corrosion and poison. Or sorry, both corrosion and water. If it's a poisonous sea creature, it would certainly be both. Oh, yeah, summoning pests too. So I was definitely, with creatures, I was definitely thinking, like, not only large sea animals, but like, yeah, mermen, doppelgangers. But pests too. Ooh, yeah, reflecting. Yeah, so let's put that next to counterspell because it's similar to a counterspell. But not exactly the same. Like, yeah, like actually bouncing it back. That's fun. Yeah, it's a mirror aspect. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so we already have a concealing mist. This, I don't know, this might be good. Look back through things. We might want to focus on the healing aspect of water a little bit. I think we also should probably do that for Tien. Because they're the god of life. Some abilities should be healing. Yeah, that might be the only thing. The only thing left. Water is a carrier of bad things. So I already added like all of these, the acid cloud, the acid explosion, poison mist, poison water. I feel like all of these kind of get at this idea of using water as a carrier for something. And I don't know if we need to differentiate like poison mist and like diseased mist. Like they are technically different, but they're both gonna kind of do the same thing. But I guess kind of that kind of still gets at, you look at it from the other way as far as like it could be a curing thing. So maybe like you can restore health, especially over time. I feel like healing spells from a life god would be a nice mix of instant heals and also healing over time, like regrowth. Who also potentially like buffs. Dang it, I'm thinking of stupid god spells for this person. We got just real quick. Healing spells. Maybe like AoE healing spells could be both wind and water. And then also, oh my god, buffs, growth spells. Okay. Like strength, getting big and strong like an animal. Okay. Now back over to here. Whew. Healing from fire might be damaging, but if you can stand it, it heals plenty. I feel like for the right creatures that would be true. I feel like a better thing for fire, which shoot, now I guess we're gonna go in and do that. Like if you like cauterized a wound, you might be able to like stop bleeding or other effects. So you could certainly like halt a damage over time effect, depending on what kind it was. Shit. Now this is turning into managing the other god's powers. So let's also say like status removal, I think would be good for like healing waters. So not only a focus on healing health, like health restoration over time, but also removing things like poison and stuff. Ooh, for decay, it could be like redirecting the effect. Ooh. Yeah, how do we shoot? I'm going to put water plus decay equals like relocate status ailments. Yeah, I don't know how we describe that. There's probably two words we could put together where somebody would guess what that spell would do. But I can't think of it. But yeah, that's a really cool idea. That water doesn't necessarily just remove it. It's like it takes it away and could put it somewhere else. That's a cool idea. And maybe again, these are powers that this god has. So other characters might do something similar to this, but maybe not. This might be the pinnacle of using these elements together, and only this god achieves that thing. Or maybe only this god and some other very powerful entity that the players face who's at a similar power level. Transfer ailment. Yeah, that's a good. That's a good term for it. Good call, Dirk. Yeah, that's fucking cool. And that is definitely worth bolding. That brings both together. Sure. We could kind of similar to like concealing mist. I guess actually, no, really, we kind of have it written here. Like you could maybe not just, it's not just that this god could summon doppelgangers, but what if this god could make himself harder to hit by appearing, he could appear as one of your allies. So you go to shoot this guy and he transforms, and to you, he looks like the ally that's right next to him. You're trying to figure out which person to shoot, and they both look the same. So yeah, maybe we just call it like mirror image. And so he mimics a close ally. Shit, how about he mimics one enemy's appearance, so he's hard to differentiate. Yeah. So then yeah, again, it's like that stupid situation where there's like an evil twin and the two twins are fighting and they both look at you and they're like, shoot him, he's the evil one. They both say the same thing. Oh my god, there's only one god death, and what do we say to him? Not today. Yeah, it's a good quote. The guy who played that character in Game of Thrones did a great job. I like that that framing of the world is very fun. Okay, so I think we have a lot of spells. I think I'm going to put these into one line. Counter, reflect, reroll. I think those are all good. Will he be a god of blades, though? Blades are key to flesh. I don't think this person's a god of blades. Ooh, that is interesting. Sure, blades are metal and they reflect. Yeah. I think we're good. I think we're good on these things so far. And I need to make room. This person's too big. We have too many abilities. Okay, so let's move on to tools. In the interest of time, let's do some tools. I think we should take the mirror shield for sure. Actually, shoot. You know what? Maybe maybe not. Maybe we come up with some other kind of mirror. Okay, keys in general is interesting. We can't just have the player get like a skeleton key. But yeah, dude, yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. A key that can be like shifted or changed. There are so many games that have that, like a key, and you can like rotate 2 or 3 different pieces on it, and whatever, how you line those pieces up, it changes the shape of the key when you try to stick it into a keyhole. So certain keyholes, you're gonna need one shape. Another keyhole, you're gonna need a different shape, and you've got to kind of like you look at the keyhole, you look at the key, shift this one thing, look at the keyhole again, and think like, oh, okay, yeah, that'll fit, and then you try and it doesn't because you didn't flip the image right, so you have to adjust something else. Maybe changeable key. It would just need to be one. The word changeable has an E. Oops. Okay. So yeah, what do we do with a mirror? Because there's always the idea of bouncing things off of a mirror. I think that goes a little more closely with Kree's mirror shield. That's generally the cool part about having a mirror shield, is being able to like hold it up and bounce an attack off. That's fucking cool. Also lends itself to like laser puzzles. But a little pocket mirror could also do that as well. You could use it for a laser puzzle. But you could also use it to show things, to show information. Like the reflection shows the truth. Maybe a muscle, as in the animal. A muscle that summons a reflection. That's interesting. Or reveals things in water. Yeah, how do we... Okay, what if it isn't just a mirror? It's like a jug of mirror water that you can pour on the ground to see or reflect things. And so then you can only put down so many things. We're sticking with the idea of like water being the source of the mirror. And maybe you can only pour one or two little reflections on the ground, and then your jug is empty. Maybe you can eventually collect more water, so now you can make like 4 mirrors, and then maybe you can suck them all back in if you need to reset the puzzle and try again. And you use them to either, maybe you bounce lasers off of them off the ground, but maybe more likely you're looking for the truth of the situation. That seems kind of interesting. Hydrargia? Wait, what? Okay, I'm just gonna Google that word and see what it tries to correct it to. Maybe it's just a word. Whoa, it's like a fucking song by a group called Weird Bass. That's Mercury's Latin name. Oh, what the fuck, Dirk? Weird, okay. How would we use Mercury? It is certainly associated with the god of change. Well, okay, Mercury's associated with change. It's also like a liquid metal, so the god of water, liquids, seems appropriate. It's poisonous reflective water. That is true. How do we use it as a tool? That seems like a much more extreme version of this jug. The Terminator, oh my god, like the guy that gets shot and then his insides look like mercury and then they like reform. Oh, right, and he can turn into it. Oh. Huh. Okay. Okay. So, like, you would take on the form of Mercury. Oh, sure, yeah, it's like a mimic tier, yeah. Huh. Okay, that's very cool. I can't really think of good puzzles to use that with. Maybe if we limited the shapes that you could take? Because otherwise I feel like it would be very obvious where you'd want to use it, and it would look cool, but it wouldn't necessarily be a fun tool to solve puzzles, the way that like throwing a boomerang and controlling its trajectory is fun. Because again, these are all going to be tools we might use to solve puzzles. But maybe the idea is that we can take, like I said, we can take the shape of certain things. I'm just gonna say like mimic shapes of things. So then it's kind of up to you when you're solving a puzzle to figure out what you need a duplicate of. That could be cool. A shell that carries disease from one plant or place to another. Whoa, purify one and wither the other. I have often thought about that being a cool idea for a dungeon. A dungeon for the god of life and death. And you control which things wither and which things grow by changing certain things, like the amount of sunlight or the temperature, or using a spell that, like I said, brings some things to life and kills other things, and that controls what you can access. Kind of like the flowers in Pikmin, that they bloom and turn into like a bridge. Okay, that could be cool. Would there be a form that's better than it being like a shell, though? Oh shit, Kira. Hello. We are almost done, but thank you for raiding. Welcome. I am oh my god, Team Worm. Oh my god. You're already here. How the hell does it let you do that? That's stupid. It should not give you the fucking raider little UI elements. Oh my god. Okay, so we're currently developing some gods for a beast collecting tactical Pokemon-like RPG. And we're at the tail end of trying to think of some cool tools, some cool Zelda-like tools for solving puzzles that might be associated with this god. This god is a god of water and corrosion. So, like, also a god of death. It's a shell? Because shells have the shape of a chalice. Okay, that's a cool idea. Oh my god, we're running out of space. Okay. So a shell that transfers life from one plant to another. Maybe one thing. All right, that's interesting. Sounds pretty cool. You're invested. It's been fun. It's been fun. We're 20 minutes over time, so it's certainly entertaining in some way. Okay, I need more space. We have too many things. I'm gonna change this from being a list of individual things, at least just for this spot. We're gonna change these abilities to just be a long list in one line. So now we can go back to tools. Okay, we need like only one or two more. It transfers disease. Okay, I guess you're right. You're right. The focus would be, it would take the disease from something so it could spring back to life. So the end result is kind of the same, but you're right. The thing we would be transferring would be different, for sure, for sure. Okay, is there any kind of, I feel like, we don't, since this god is like related to corrosion, that's like poison and acid, having something that's like acidic that breaks things down would be cool. Oh shit, a surfboard. A surfboard might be cool. Okay, that's a good idea to have. Potentially could be given to someone else. But a surfboard when combined with like a wind god's like sail could be very fun. At first the surfboard could be very limited, but eventually out in the open world it could be a sweet way to zoom across bodies of water. That could be fun. Zoom across bodies of water. Maybe where wind is present, but then eventually the player might be able to have their own source of wind in the form of like a glider or something. I guess not a glider. The glider would be what you would need. A sail. You would need a sail to carry you on the wind, but then maybe the sail has its own source of wind eventually. Shoot. Okay. This needs some some hammering out, but it's a cool idea. I think one last tool being some kind of acid would be cool. But I need to think about how the player would use it. Like, within a dungeon, being able to break down certain blocks is interesting, but maybe it needs some kind of limitation, or it needs to do something else. Like, you destroy something, but it creates something else. A ferryman paddle. Okay, that's very cute to have with the surfboard. So maybe a surfboard / paddle. I guess really it would be a paddle board at that point. Okay, so then how about we'll say you move across bodies of water and you zoom when wind is present. How about when wind plus sail is present? So maybe that'll be a fun thing you get to do near endgame. You get to combine these tools. I do really like at the end of games or midway through games when you get like nice movement tech to start moving faster. What was the alkahest? Is that like the universal solvent? It is. Okay. Shit. Yeah, that's a cool thing. Oh, there's a game called Alkahest. Cool looking font, dude. Ooh. I'm always intrigued by old pixel art games. Okay. So the alkahest kind of combines the ideas of corrosion, but then puts it in the form of a liquid. So that's cool. We're kind of using both the fact that this god is water and corrosion. I like this, but I need to figure out how do you use it as a puzzle thing. Like, it could just be like when you get cut in Pokemon and you could just like cut bushes down, like this would just let you melt stuff. I don't like that though. I want you to be able to like, what if you melt something and then you can reform it? Okay, so don't just melt things. What else? We need some other kind of cool idea. Maybe when we're designing the dungeon, the temple that's dedicated to this god, we can think more on this and have a cool idea. It forms a drop per time. Ooh. Limit by time with a question mark. That's an interesting idea. So you could have a puzzle where you know you need to destroy certain things, and maybe the idea is you need to figure out which things you need to destroy, which things you need to move or manipulate in other ways. And if you weren't limited in the number of these you could use, then you could just destroy everything to get to your goal. But instead, you know you can only destroy a few of them. Or you have to sacrifice for a drop. Ooh. What would you sacrifice? How would you utilize this? I feel like maybe if you just had... Like, what if you had an alchemy tool that could do this and other things? And then you're limited by time or by health. Ooh. No, that's too mean. I want this to be... I always want the player to be able to experiment and not feel penalized for it. I want the puzzles to be hard enough, like a combination lock, that they're not just going to sit there and try to enter every number. But I do want them, before they fully understand how the puzzle works, I do want them to kind of to fuck around. And each tool should be fun and interesting to use. It should sound cool. The effects that it has should be cool. Like, it's just fun to throw a boomerang in Zelda. It's fun to throw it. It's fun to watch it. It's fun to see it bounce enemies back. It's fun to try and sometimes when you're under a time limit, you have to like run to one spot and look up and throw the boomerang, then run to another spot, wait for the boomerang. The boomerang will always come back to you, so you have to manipulate the direction it comes back to you to hit something else. I want to encourage experimentation. It adds thirst to your pokes, like to your beasts, to your symbiotes. It's too disconnected. No, I think I like just some kind of time limit. Or that you have to do something else to recharge it. So then maybe figuring out how to use this thing when you're solving a puzzle is like, okay, I have these certain spaces where I can refill this thing. And I need to hit all 4 of these switches. What path do I take through this room to be able to hit all the switches, but then to be able to recharge this thing where I need to? And the more obvious paths, the player would always end up thinking like, oh shit, I can't recharge this thing enough. What is the weird path I take through this to recharge it? Ooh, the brush as a tool the player would get. Okay, I think that's going to be the last one. That could honestly be a way to combine the Alkahest with other tools, and then you limit it by the amount of like paint the brush has or something. And honestly, a brush that makes things immaterial sounds very similar to the Alkahest that would just break it down. And we specifically before we talked about division being an aspect of water and kind of a form of decay, that things that decay are being broken down into a different form. They're being divided. So I feel like the brush dividing things might be better. And that could lead into a puzzle. You have to just figure out how to divide certain things in order to use them in the room that you're trapped in. Puzzle where you have to divide wolves and sheep. Yeah, sure. And you need to not have a wolf be alone with a sheep because the wolf is going to eat the sheep. I guess really the thing I'm aware of is there's a shepherd, a sheep, and a wolf. And as long as the shepherd is always with the sheep and the wolf, then it's okay. But the moment the wolf is alone with the sheep, he's going to eat the sheep. So yeah, I feel like we could have a reverse version of that. Instead of drawing up barriers, we would be breaking things down in the right order. That's the wrong puzzle. Okay. Then I don't know the puzzle. Puzzle dividing wolves and sheep. This is a live journal post. Let's see if this is what Dirk is talking about. Whoa. Oh, it's not a nice picture. Hey, fucking jumping. I guess I know you use cookies. All right, that's fine. Draw a single closed loop by making vertical and horizontal connections between the dots. Okay, Dirk has a link to... This might be the same kind of puzzle. This is poorly visually represented. This doesn't actually explain how to do it, but it's a similar thing where you're trying to like draw a shape that separates all of the wolves from the sheep. Which, yeah, this looks like a giant pain in the ass. Like, go around here, come up here, come down here and like do something. Oh, and then yeah, you'd come. Oh, you'd have to go up around here, something like that. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I feel like a reverse version of that. That's a cool idea for sure. Okay, so we have the tools. That's more than enough tools. I feel like as we go on, we're giving more and more attention to each god, and they end up being more fleshed out than the previous god. Yes, actually, very specifically, you could see each one's getting longer. That's very funny. Actually, Dirk, we're not fully done. We need a name. This god needs a name. I feel like we could go with, we could kind of do what we've done before. Find something in one of the languages inspired. One of the languages that inspired the gods, so either Vietnamese or whatever the Hawaiian language is called. I have probably heard it. Dang. Goad for it. Oh my god. And Team Worm still has the freaking Raider UI elements. Oh my god. No goad for it. Shit. So I think visually the Hawaiian influence is a little bit stronger. So let's look at this character's personality. Okay, what is the Hawaiian word for change? Huloli.
Change.
No, not that one. No, I need that. You won't pronounce this. What a fucker. Google just won't. It just won't. It's like, nah. No, thank you. I just want to pronounce change. All right. What does Moku mean? A district, a land division. Okay, that's. Huloli is interesting. Don't know if that rings true for this character. They are cocky and silly. They are jaded but practical. What is the Hawaiian word for the tide? How about that? Kai. Kaipoi is breaking surf. Kaipe'e? Or maybe Kaipi'i. Maybe Durg. Oh my god. No. That's cute, but no, I'm not gonna name a god after you. Maybe Durg since it's a self-insert. Uh-huh. No. We were talking Mary Sue. No. I think Kai is okay. Okay, for now it's gonna be Kai. Let's think for a few more minutes. I like that this god's name is very short. And it means the tide. It means tide. Ooh, what about a name for the waves? Nalu. Nalu, Nanu, or Ale? Ooh, maybe the term rising tide. That might be how this character conceptualizes themselves. They are jaded about the world, but they still have hope for it. They bring needed or wanted change. Change that you know must come, but maybe are hesitant to enact. They're a catalyst for improvement. I don't know how to pronounce this. And this would make their name a little bit longer, and we could just call them Kai. Well, no, because you took off the other part.
Kai Pai.
Kai Pai. No, because it's Kai Pai. Ooh, Hawaiian word of the day. Hell yeah, just the part I don't know how to say. Hit me, lady. Sweet.
Aloha. Today's Hawaiian word is pi'i, to rise as the tide or surf.
Okay, PE. That is PE? Okay, oh my god. The other way it was spelled. Okay. All right. That's what we're doing. So it's PI', which means rising tide. Cool name. So everybody will just call him Kai, but his name is Kai PE. Sweet. All right. Okay, so that's 3 out of 4 gods done. Dang, not tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going back to coding. I guess next Wednesday we will work on the ice electric god who's influenced by Ukrainian and Mexican culture. Sweet. Senpai Kai P. It's PE. PE. Like gym class. Physical education. PE. Okay, shit. All right. Oh my god. If you zoom out and look at all of the stuff, like it's oh my god, it's so much stuff. This is so much fucking stuff, man. Whew. All right, you just look at it a bit of time, a piece at a time, and it's okay. It all makes sense. So we're making the gods so we can flesh out the regions, we can design the backstory, we can start moving the campaign forward and figuring out exactly what parts of the plot unfold when and how the player will get access to new regions. Okay, it all fits. It all fucking fits. Each god becomes more and more complex. Yeah, I think that kind of makes sense because when we start, we don't have to differentiate the first god from the other gods. But then the more we go in, the more we have to make sure that each new god isn't too similar to the other gods. I don't know. Shit. All right. So this was fucking good. Momo's losing her shit out here. I know, I can hear her fucking yowling. I should go attend to my poor old cat who just wants some love. Specifically love from me because, apparently my love is irreplaceably valuable. It's not that special. It's honestly a bit subpar, but that's all she wants. So, I appreciate everybody hanging out. Thanks for chilling with me. This was a lot of fun. I will be back tomorrow. We're going to do more coding stuff, figuring out how to make Radicate sniff out some berry bushes so he can go have a snack. And hopefully it goes well. I don't know. Thanks again for hanging out. I appreciate y'all being here. I'll see you around. Take care.